Welcome to Doomsday. I say good evening, but it could be morning, whenever you're watching this, daytime, afternoon. For Doomsday is international this year. Currently, we've got a Doomsday event happening in the US and Italy, and Brazil is joining us in a few hours' time. But welcome. If you're joining us live, hello. Thank you very much for spending your Saturday listening to a selection of Edgar Allan Poe horror stories. What a way to do it. Now, what is Doomsday, I hear you ask? Well, Doomsday is set up by the Poe Theatre organisation in Baltimore, USA. Now, Alex, who runs the Poe Theatre, back in October when I was over there for Poe Fest, he asked me, or rather said, I've got this project that I'd love you to get involved with. It's called Doomsday. And he mentioned it was a 24-hour read of Edgar Allan Poe horror stories. And I thought he meant for me to kind of like hop on the live stream and read a story. But he suggested that I get together a whole troupe of UK-based actors and for 24 hours non-stop read Edgar Allan Poe. And that's exactly what they're doing over in the USA. And so they're a lot more hardcore than what I'm organising today. So please do check out their live streams and the others in Italy and Brazil. But what we're doing, what Doomsday is going to be today, the UK version, is 10 actors, including me, reading 12 Edgar Allan Poe pieces. Now, it's 6 p.m. at the moment, and I reckon the live stream should be done around about maybe 2 in the morning, UK time. So, we've got a lot to get through. Now, my name's Stephen, by the way, Stephen Smith. I'm the artistic director of Freedom Theatre, which is a theatre company based in the UK. And what we're doing this summer is we're taking 2 shows up to the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And one of them is a show called One Man Poe. Now, One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe horror stories, which I perform. And I've been performing this ever since, well, the start of the pandemic, really. And I'll talk a little bit more about the evolution of One Man Poe a little later in the live stream. So this is a crowdfunder. This is a crowdfunder for the Edinburgh Fringe that we're going to have this summer. We're up there doing 36 shows in 23 days. So, the 2 shows are a montage of Monet, this first one here, where I'm playing Claude Monet, the famous impressionist, and One Man Poe. And like I say, 36 shows in 23 days. It's a 2-person team, me and my wife. I'll be performing the shows and she'll be operating them. And today is really a fun fundraiser to try and raise enough funds for that. And for those who don't know, the Edinburgh Fringe is it's quite an expensive venture, and we're hoping to raise £3,000 over the next month. Our crowdfunder finishes on the 30th of June. So today, if you really love what you see, there's a little link here to our crowdfunder. This will pop up throughout the stream. So you can either scan that, or you can just log on to that website there, It's a bit of a mouthful. greenlit.com/project. Freedom Theatre, Edinburgh Fringe. So, that's that. Just get rid of them. Now, our first story that is going to start in about 5 minutes is The Telltale Heart. And this was the very first Poe story that I performed during the pandemic. It was a Facebook Live show, which is still on YouTube. If you type in The Telltale Heart Facebook Live show, Freedom Theatre, you should see it. However, firstly, you should watch my wife, Stephanie Van Driesen, read it for you in about 4 minutes' time. After Stephanie, we've got a whole range of stories coming up for you. Let me just give you the lowdown. So these are the 10 actors that are going to be performing today. A wide range of stories, and funnily enough, I just realised, even though this is the UK version of Doomsday, the funny thing is a good majority of these people are not from the UK, but are American. My wife, Stephanie, is from Malaysia. But let me just show you the running order for today. So, what's the time now? In about 3 minutes' time, we've got The Telltale Heart by Stephanie Van Driesen. Then we've got The Masque of the Red Death, James Swanton, reading that one. Warren Rusher reading The Black Cat at 7 p.m. This is British summertime. Then we've got Julia Thurston reading Annabel Lee. The Fall of the House of Usher is read by Grace O'Keefe. The Murders in the Rue Morgue is read by James Nicholas. I'll be reading The Pit and the Pendulum, and that's at 10:30. Then we've got The Man of the Crowd by Alice Way. I'll be reading The Raven at midnight, Once Upon a Midnight Dreary. See what I did there? I wasn't going to include The Raven in this, but then I was typing out this, and I was like, oh, midnight. Why not do The Raven? Why not? Then we've got Alone, one of Edgar Allan Poe's poems from, I think he wrote it when he was 20 years old. And then The Cask of Amontillado by Tyler Allen Woods. The Facts of the Case of M. Valdemar being our last story of the day, read by Duncan Richards. So, that's what's in store today. Now, I think, without any further ado, I'm going to load up The Telltale Heart.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Van Driesen, and I'm going to be reading The Telltale Heart. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I have been and am, but why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in heaven and the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none, I love the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed. And so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with a thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or grief, oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him. Although I chuckled at heart, I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel a presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. Oh, you cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates a soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder, every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once, and once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It could not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them, at length, to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of a victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose above all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard it not? Almighty God, no, they heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
Well done, Stephanie Van Driesen. The Telltale Heart. Good stuff. So, welcome back to Doomsday. I should say that all the music you'll hear today in this stream, all the music is composed by Joseph Furey. Joseph Furey is the composer of One Man Poe, the show that we're fundraising for, the show that we're taking to the Edinburgh Fringe this summer. Stephanie, who you just saw in the Telltale Heart, is my wife and also my tech operator for One Man Poe. Now, One Man Poe is a show I've been doing for a few years now, and it's going up to the Fringe for the whole month, 2nd of August to the 24th. And this Doomsday is a fantastic way to not only share the Poe love, as it were, but also to try and raise some funds for our Edinburgh Fringe adventure this summer. So, if you do like what you see and you feel like donating, there are links in the description of this video, as well as little QR codes popping up every now and then. If you have any questions as well, please drop them in the chat. Before I read The Raven at midnight, I will have a good 10 minutes where I can go through the chat of this live stream and answer any questions you might have. But throughout the evening, throughout the live stream, in between these fantastic readings that we've got coming up, I will be explaining a little bit more about our fundraiser, our plans for Edinburgh Fringe, the evolution of One Man Poe from its humble beginnings during the pandemic to where it is now. So, there's a little QR code popping up there. Next we have James Swanton reading The Masque of the Red Death. James Swanton is, I mean, I've said it to his face before, because I had the pleasure of working with him on a horror film, a folk horror film called To Fire You Come at Last. And we were filming together, and I've had the pleasure to say to his face what I really do believe, and he's like the next Christopher Lee, I swear. Such a fantastic actor. And you'll notice in these recordings that I'm streaming tonight that I have edited them. So, you know, the readings may take a few little goes, and I've edited out all the little fumbles because Edgar Allan Poe's text is quite dense, quite heavy. But James, on the other hand, just did it in one singular take. No fumbles, no messing up, pure professional. Not to say the others aren't professional, but it goes you know, it goes a long way to kind of do one solid read of an Edgar Allan Poe piece. So I suppose that brings me quite nicely to welcome James Swanton reading The Masque of the Red Death.
The Masque of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores, with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve, or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. These were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose colour varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the 5th with white, the 6th with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the colour of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood colour. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western, or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzes perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then with the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But, in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decorum of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers, upon which they were grotesque. There was much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet. And then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-coloured panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, who indulged in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life. And the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment, with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern, or blue chamber, in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who, at the moment, was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe, with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died, each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all.
Awesome was that? Thank you, James. Fantastic job. Of course, the Masque of the Red Death. Very famous film version with Vincent Price. Directed by Roger Corman, who recently passed away. So at some point in this live stream, let's all have a minute's silence for Roger Corman. Yeah, back in the day, he did a whole cycle of Poe movies. And speaking to about James and speaking to James, we share a love of old horror movies, classic horror movies, and I suppose this is where my Edgar Allan Poe kind of I don't know phase came about, really, because I actually when I was a little kid, I watched all of these horror movies that were adapted from Edgar Allan Poe stories. And the funny thing is that it only took the pandemic for me to realise how different the original source material was to all of these movies that I had known and loved. And yeah, during the pandemic, I guess we all felt somewhat vulnerable and childlike in a way, and I went headlong back into my love of Gothic horror and classical literature, and then rediscovered all of these Edgar Allan Poe stories, and that's what's kind of led me to be an actor specialising in performing his pieces live on stage. And the show that I now perform it's called One Man Poe. So this is our Edinburgh Fringe poster. At the Edinburgh Fringe, we're doing basically One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe stories. As you see, I do the Telltale Heart, the Pit and the Pendulum, the Black Cat and the Raven. And the whole show is about 2.5 hours long. Now at the Edinburgh Fringe, you only get an hour slot. So what we're doing throughout the month, from the 2nd to the 24th, is I'm going to be doing Act 1, the Telltale Heart and the Pit and the Pendulum, on one day. And then the next day I'll do Act 2, which is the Black Cat and the Raven. And we'll just be alternating the two halves throughout the month. Now, which is great because, you know, they're all standalone stories. You don't need to see both halves to get it, as it were, but I would recommend it, of course. But this fundraiser, this Doomsday, is a way to generate a bit of awareness and funds for our Edinburgh Fringe run of One Man Poe. And I just want to thank everyone getting involved as well. All of the actors sending in their stuff. It's been really awesome just hearing other people say these fantastic stories. No, I'm really grateful for it. And as you can see here, here's a few upcoming performances of One Man Poe. There's one in less than 2 weeks now, 28th of May in London. And then I've got York, Watford, and then the Edinburgh Fringe in August. When that pops back up, you can also see I'm doing a Bedford show, a show in Lichfield. And also, I'm heading back to America to work with the Poe Museum and do some stuff at Poe Fest. We haven't completely decided when and where exactly, but I know this October for spooky season I will be, and I'm very grateful to be returning to the US to perform this plethora of Edgar Allan Poe stories. And I suppose how I like to think One Man Poe is somewhat unique. I've seen a lot of Poe performed on stage, a lot of film adaptations, as I've said, and they somewhat deviate from the original source material, and sometimes they should, because the original text doesn't translate so well to stage, not always. However, what One Man Poe is essentially a live audio book. So I've memorized the original texts, 13,000 words jumbling about up in there, and I perform them live as faithfully as I can. Now, the cool thing about One Man Poe is that you've got so much like sound effects and music and obviously all the lighting and everything. It really creates such an awesome stage adaptation, but what you are getting is exactly what Edgar Allan Poe wrote down in the 1840s. And of course, this year is the 175th anniversary of his death. So, yeah, commiserations. But I'm really truly grateful for the guy and his writing, because, yeah, it's really nice to kind of hone in personally on the kind of what makes me a weirdo is the fact that as a kid I just fell in love with all of these classic horror films, and it's great to know that, and I've known from experience, that as soon as you hone in on these on what really makes you tick as an artist, then that's sometimes when you can create your best work. Now, we're moving on to The Black Cat, and I'm going to welcome my friend Warren Rusher to read
My name is Warren Rusher, and this is The Black Cat. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet, mad I am not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than barocks. Hereafter, perhaps some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of her intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favourite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me. For what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him when in his fright at my violence he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I soon drowned in a wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Phrenology finds no place for it among its organs. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which gives direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me and because I felt it had given me no reason for offence, hung it because I knew that in doing so I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity. But I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There had been a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length, reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some one of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber, and this has probably been done with the view of arousing me from my sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames, and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed but was not remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunt which I now habitually frequented for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body. This cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favourite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature. A certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it, I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it. But gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as if from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery on the morning after I brought it home that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partially by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. The dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair, of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name. For this, above all, I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a ghastly thing. Of the gallows. Mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and death. So now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, Neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter, I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates. The darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith and with entire deliberation to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbours. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it in the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was admirably adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed and had been lately plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled or walled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair, with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here at least my labour has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted. But of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatsoever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search, and they left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. And the police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say, if but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health, and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house. In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say, an excellently well-constructed house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the ghastly corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blow sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry at first muffled and broken like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman. A howl! A wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts, it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party on the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Warren Rusher. Warren is not only a fantastic actor, but a wonderful teacher and workshop leader. He runs these free classes in London called Speak the Speech. So he's always workshopping monologues and speeches and stuff. So it was truly a pleasure to see him tackle that awesome story, The Black Cat. Okay, well, this is Doomsday. Welcome back. An Edinburgh Fringe fundraiser for Freedom Theatre. Now, these are Edinburgh Fringe posters. The two up top are previous Edinburgh Fringe shows that I've produced. And then the bottom two, One Man Poe and A Montage of Monet, are the two solo shows that I'm bringing up this year. But last year we performed or produced Paved with Golden Ashes, which is a play about the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire by Julia Thurston. Julia is a friend from drama school, and we work together a lot now on Freedom projects. And it went so well last year, the Edinburgh Fringe show. And I'm very excited to welcome her on this stream in a sec to read Annabel Lee, which is a poem by Edgar Allan Poe. But the reason why I'm bringing these up is that we're crowdfunding for Edinburgh Fringe this year, doing 36 shows in 23 days. Now, last year we were crowdfunding for the same amount, £3,000 is our target. But last year we were fundraising £3,000 for 14 shows over 15 days, something like that. Whereas we're asking for the same amount of money this year, but for 36 shows, and essentially £3,000. Well, if you're talking Edinburgh Fringe budgets, that doesn't even cover our venue costs. It's a very expensive venture doing the Edinburgh Fringe, but so rewarding. But we do need a bit of help. You know, this isn't. I'm not asking lightly. I'm not getting down on my knees as well. But at the same time, if you are appreciating this live stream and you're supporting some friends reading some Edgar Allan Poe stories, or if you're watching from around the world and want to support an Edgar Allan Poe show going up to the Edinburgh Fringe this summer, the biggest arts festival in the world, then please do send a bit of support. Check out our fundraiser, our crowdfunding page, because there's actually quite a lot of rewards that you can book. But anywho, enough of that for now. Thank you, Warren. And now I am going to welcome Julia Thurston reading Annabel Lee.
I'm Julia Thurston, and this is Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child, and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee. With a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee. So that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, this was the reason that all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And the stars never rise, but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea.
Short but sweet. Thank you very much, Julia. Julia will be returning later on in the evening to read alone. Now, here we go. So, it's going well so far, I think. Great. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to welcome on my friend, my very good friend, Grace O'Keefe. Now, Grace actually is taking a show up to Edinburgh. Let me just get her poster up. Summoning Sondheim. Now, I haven't seen this show yet, but I can't wait because everything Grace produces is so fun. And this one just sounds like the best thing she's come up with so far. So Grace is from Baltimore, and whenever I head over to Baltimore, I stay with her family when I'm performing at the Edgar Allan Poe Festival. And they're just the sweetest people. If they're watching, hello. But if you're going to the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, check out this Summoning Sondheim show. Literally, Grace and another actor do a live seance when they summon the spirit of the dearly departed Stephen Sondheim. But anywho, let me just get rid of that. Cute little plug for Grace. Now, Grace is going to read The Fall of the House of Usher. Now, did anyone see the Netflix series, The Fall of the House of Usher, that went out a few months ago? It'd be, if you did see it, let me know what you think in the chat, because I'd love to know what you think, because not many people know, but every episode is actually based on an Edgar Allan Poe horror story. And of course the title of the series is The Fall of the House of Usher, and this is Grace O'Keefe reading that very story. Sorry about the kind of like, I need to turn my mic off and on when I bring these videos on, so that's why it's a little bit glitchy in between the stories, but anywho, enjoy.
Hi, I'm Grace O'Keefe, and this is The Fall of the House of Usher. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within the view of the melancholy House of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant, eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul, which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought, which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble. Nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while, beyond doubt, there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still, the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impressions. And, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled luster by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the grey sedge and the ghastly tree stems and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him which, in its widely importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me, as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitations, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although as boys, we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had been always excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted time out of mind for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time-honored as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variations, so lain. It was this deficiency I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premise with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmissions from sire to son, of the patrimony with the name, which had, at length, so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself, from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed, that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imaginations as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the grey walls and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapour, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork, which had rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction, until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken. While the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the sombre tapestries of the wall, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases, I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floors as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennui man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely, man had never been so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet, the character of his face had been, at all times, remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison. Lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve. A nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations. A finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy. Hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and as, in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face. I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with incoherence and inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature, I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscence of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirit seemed utterly in abeyance, to that series of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard, or the irreclaimable eater of opium, during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and a family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and general manner of their narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. To an anomalous species of terror, I found him a bounden slave. "I shall perish," said he. "I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together, in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence, for many years, he had never ventured forth in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down, had, at length, brought about the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him, the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed through a remote portion of the apartments, and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door, at length, closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent, although transient, affections of the partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer. And I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, and that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempts at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I spent alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies or of the occupations in which he involved me or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphureous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber, from the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into vaguenesses at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing not why. From these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions in which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I ever yet in the contemplation of the certain glowing, yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial sources of light was discernible. Yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments. It was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes, as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he was not unfrequently unaccompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations. The result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it, as he gave it, perhaps, in the under or mystic current of its meaning. I fancied that I perceived, and, for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher, of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head in the monarch thought's dominion. It stood there, never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners, yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden times long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley, through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law, round about a throne where sitting Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes, whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And, round about his home, the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now within that valley, through the red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a rapid ghastly river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh, but smile no more. I well remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things. But, in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdoms of an organization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the grey stones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around, above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said, and I here started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls, the result was discoverable. He added, in that silent, yet importunate and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which, for years, had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with this character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Vervent et Chartreuse of Grisset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, Heaven and Hell of Swendenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim of Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean de Nangenet, and of Delechambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Aymeric de Giron, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela about the old African satyrs and Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigiliae Moratorium Secundum Coram Ecclesiae Magnutae. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight previously to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as, at best, but a harmless, and by no means an unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth, immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times, for the worst purposes of a dungeon keep, and, in later days, as a place of deposit for powder, or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor, and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it, were carefully sheathed with copper. The doors of massive iron had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp, grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lips which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and, having secured the door of iron, made our way, with toil, into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me, by slow yet certain degrees, the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was, especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the dungeon, that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all of what I felt, was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies, which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily about the decoration of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and, at length, there sat upon my heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and, peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened. I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals, I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen, by pacing rapidly to and fro across the apartment. I had taken but a few turns in this manner, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterwards he rapped with a gentle touch at my door and entered bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but, moreover, there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, an evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And you have not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "You have not then seen it? But stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements, and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gusts nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous, yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careering from all points against each other. Without passing away into the distance, I say that even their exceedingly density did not prevent our perceiving this. Yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning, but the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. You shall not behold this," said I, shuddering to Usher, as I led him, with a gentle violence, from the window to a seat. "Those appearances which bewilder you are merely electrical phenomena, not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen, and so we shall pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken up was The Mad Trait of Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favorite of Usher's, more in sad jest than in earnest, for, in truth, there was little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have had the interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremities of the folly which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at the well-known portion of the story, where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative thus: "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and maliceful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and with blows made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now, pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarumed and reverberated throughout the forest." At the termination of this sentence, I started, and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that, from some very remote portion of the mansion, there came indistinctly to my ear what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Lancelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing surely which should have interest or disturbed me. I continued the story. But the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore engaged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliciful hermit, but, in the stead thereof, a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanour, and of a fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass, with this legend enwritten: Who entereth herein, a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace, and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here, again, I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instance, I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found impossible to say, a low and apparently distant, but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unusual shriek, as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting by any observation the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although, assuredly, a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanour. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep. From the wide and rigid opening of the eye, as I caught a glance of it in profile, the motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle, yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Lancelot, which thus proceeded. And now, the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle, to where the shield was upon the wall, which, in sooth, tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had this syllable passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at the moment fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measured rocking movements of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But, as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Now hear it! Yes, I hear it, and have heard it. Long, 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 many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. Yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many, many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, the breaking of the hermit's door and the death cry of the dragon and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables as if in the effort he were giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back. Upon the instant, their ponderous and ebony jaws, it was the work of the rushing gust. But then without those doors there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor, a corpse, and a victim to the terrors he anticipated. From that chamber, and from that mansion, I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath, as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued. For the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure, of which I have before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous, shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dark tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the house of Usher.
Grace O'Keefe reading The Fall of the House of Usher. Thank you so much. Grace is bringing this show to the Edinburgh Fringe. For those who are just joining us, this is an Edinburgh Fringe crowdfunder for our theatre company, Freedom Theatre, who is bringing up One Man Poe. One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Gothic tales by Edgar Allan Poe that we're performing the whole month at the Edinburgh Fringe. Please do support our crowdfunder if you're enjoying some of the stories so far. Next up, we have another Edinburgh Fringe company heading up this summer to present The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Now, this is their poster. And I saw this play at the Edinburgh Fringe last summer, and it was fantastic. Such a great adaptation, and I'm so grateful to James Nicholas, who he's read the, well, you'll see, he's reading the full story of Edgar Allan Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue, which, incidentally, is the first ever detective story. Some people may know, you know, Sherlock Holmes or Agatha Christie, the armchair detective. Now, Edgar Allan Poe came up with the genre for the detective story, detective fiction. And his detective is C. Auguste Dupin. And The Murders in the Rue Morgue is the first story with C. Auguste Dupin. And, yeah, so even though Edgar Allan Poe is known for his Gothic horror stories, it's worth noting that he came up with the first ever detective fiction story at a time where the word detective wasn't even invented yet, I don't think. So, this is the Murders in the Rue Morgue that James and his company are bringing up to the Edinburgh Fringe this year. But he is reading the full story for us. And I have to just thank him one more time. When he recorded it and sent it through, it was probably about, you know, a two hour long recording that I edited down, because it's such a dense text. They've adapted it for a reason, let's put it that way. However, you're probably noticing as well, when I throw up these recordings, I'm putting a little QR code to the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe, which is all on the Poe Museum's website. Now, I would thoroughly recommend reading along when you're listening to these, because, well, I've said to all of the actors, like, it's meant to be a somewhat, like, audiobook experience, this live stream. I wouldn't necessarily watch them, even though they're doing really good stuff, but I would also read along the original text, because it's really quite accessible in that regard. So, if you want to get up the Murders in the Rue Morgue, by all means. But I'm going to now welcome on James Nicholas, who is going to read... Oh, and just quickly, actually, we should say that we are international currently. So currently, the American lot are streaming their Doomsday via this QR code. Brazil is coming, is going live in about 15 minutes time, and Italy have been going strong ever since, I don't know, it seems like maybe 5 hours ago. Where's the time gone? 5 or 6 hours ago now. So yeah, quickly, if you wanna check out any of these, scan the QR codes, and in about 10-15 minutes, Brazil is going live. However, for now, why don't we welcome on James Nicholas reading the full story, the murders in the Rue Morgue.
Hello, my name is James Nicholas. I'm an actor based in the north of England. This year I will be appearing in an adaptation of Murders in the Rue Morgue for stage at both Birmingham Fest and also the Edinburgh Festival. And today I'll be reading Murders in the Rue Morgue, which is prefaced by an extract from Sir Thomas Browne, Urn Burial. What song the sirens sang, or what name Achilles assumed when he hid himself amongst women, although puzzling questions are not beyond all conjecture. The mental features discoursed of as the analytical are, in themselves, but little susceptible of analysis. We appreciate them only in their effects. We know of them, among other things, that they are always to their possessor, when inordinately possessed, a source of the liveliest enjoyment, as the strong man exults in his physical ability, delighting in such exercise as call his muscles into action, so glories the analyst in that moral activity which disentangles. He derives pleasure from even the most trivial occupations, bringing his talents into play. He is fond of enigmas, of conundrums, of hieroglyphics, exhibiting in his solutions. And yet, to calculate is not in itself to analyse. A chess player, for example, does the one without effort at the other. It follows that the game of chess, in its effects upon mental character, is greatly misunderstood. I am not now writing a treatise, but simply prefacing a somewhat peculiar narrative by observations very much at random. I will therefore take occasion to assert that the higher powers of the reflective intellect are more decidedly and more usefully tasked by the unostentatious game of draughts than by all the elaborate frivolity of chess. In this latter, where the pieces have different and bizarre motions with various and variable values, what is only complex is mistaken, and not unusual error, for what is profound. The attention is here called powerfully into play. If it flag for an instant, an oversight is committed, resulting in injury or defeat. The possible moves being not only manifold but involute, the chances of such oversights are multiplied. And in 9 cases out of 10, it is the more concentrative rather than the more acute player who conquers. In draughts, on the contrary, where the moves are unique and have but little variation, the probabilities of inadvertence are diminished, and the mere attention being left comparatively unemployed, what advantages are obtained by either party are obtained by superior acumen. To be less abstract, let us suppose a game of draughts where the pieces are reduced to 4 kings, and where, of course, no oversight is to be expected. It is obvious that here the victory can be decided, the players being at all equal, only by some recherche movement, the result of some strong exertion of the intellect. Deprived of ordinary resources, the analyst throws himself into the spirit of his opponent, identifies himself therewith, and not unfrequently sees thus, at a glance, the sole methods, sometimes indeed absurdly simple ones, by which he may seduce into error or hurry into miscalculation. Whist has long been noted for its influence upon what is termed the calculating power, and men of the highest order of intellect have been known to take apparently unaccountable delight in it, whilst eschewing chess as frivolous. Beyond doubt, there is nothing of a similar nature so greatly tasking the faculty of analysis. The best chess player in Christendom may be little more than the best player of chess, but proficiency in whist implies capacity for success in all these more important undertakings where mind struggles with mind. When I say proficiency, I mean that perfection in the game which includes a comprehension of all the sources whence legitimate advantage may be derived. It is not only manifold, but multiform, and lie frequently among recesses of thought, altogether inaccessible to the ordinary understanding. To observe attentively is to remember distinctly, and so far the concentrative chess player will do very well at whist, while the rules of Hoyle, themselves based upon the mere mechanism of the game, are sufficiently and generally comprehensible. Thus, to have a retentive memory and to proceed by the book are points commonly regarded as the sum total of good playing. But it is in matters beyond the limit of mere rule that the skill of the analyst is evinced. He makes in silence a host of observations and inferences, so perhaps do his companions. And the difference in the extent of the information obtained lies not so much in the validity of the inference as in the quality of the observation. The necessary knowledge is that of what to observe. Our player confines himself not at all, nor because the game is the object does he reject deductions from things external to the game. He examines the countenance of his partner, comparing it carefully with that of each of his opponents. He considers the mode of assorting the cards in each hand, often counting trump by trump and honour by honour, through the glances bestowed by their players upon each. He notes every variation of face as the play progresses, gathering a fund of thought from the differences in the expression of certainty, of surprise, of triumph, or chagrin. From the matter of gathering up a trick, he judges whether the person taking it can make another in the suit. He recognizes what is played through feint by the air with which it is thrown upon the table, a casual or inadvertent word, the accidental dropping or turning of a card, with the accompanying anxiety or carelessness in regard to its concealment, the counting of the tricks with the order of their arrangement, embarrassment, hesitation, eagerness, or trepidation all afford to his apparently intuitive perception indications of the true state of affairs. The first 2 or 3 rounds having been played, he is in full possession of the contents of each hand, and thenceforward puts down his cards with an absolute precision of purpose, as if the rest of the party had turned outward the faces of their own. The analytical power should not be confounded with simple ingenuity, for whilst the analyst is necessarily ingenious, the ingenious man is often remarkably incapable of analysis. The constructive or combining power by which ingenuity is usually manifested, and to which the phrenologists, I believe erroneously, have assigned a separate organ, supposing it a primitive faculty, has been so frequently seen in those whose intellect bordered otherwise upon idiocy as to have attracted general observation among writers on morals. Between ingenuity and the analytical ability there exists a difference far greater indeed than that between the fancy and the imagination, but of a character very strictly analogous. It will be found, in fact, that the ingenious are always fanciful, and the truly imaginative never otherwise than analytic. The narrative which follows will appear to the reader somewhat in the light of a commentary upon the propositions just advanced. Residing in Paris during the spring and part of the summer of 1841, I there became acquainted with a Monsieur Sir Auguste Dupin. This young gentleman was of an excellent, indeed, of an illustrious family, but, by a variety of untoward events, had been reduced to such poverty that the energy of his character succumbed beneath it, and he ceased to bestir himself in the world, or to care for the retrieval of his fortunes. By courtesy of his creditors, there still remained in his possession a small remnant of his patrimony, and upon the income arising from this, he managed, by means of a rigorous economy, to procure the necessities of life, without troubling himself about its superfluities. Books, indeed, were his sole luxuries, and in Paris these are easily obtained. Our first meeting was at an obscure library in the Rue Montmartre, where the accident of our both being in search of the same very rare and very remarkable volume brought us into closer communion. We saw each other again and again. I was deeply interested in the little family history which he detailed to me with all the candour which a Frenchman indulges whenever mere self is the theme. I was astonished, too, at the vast extent of his reading, and above all, I felt my soul enkindled within me by the wild fervour and the vivid freshness of his imagination. Seeking in Paris the objects I then sought, I felt that the society of such a man would be to me a treasure beyond price, and this feeling I frankly confided to him. It was at length arranged that we should live together during my stay in the city, and as my worldly circumstances were somewhat less embarrassed than his own, I was permitted to be at the expense of renting and furnishing in a style which suited the rather fantastic gloom of our common temper. A time-eaten and grotesque mansion, long deserted, through superstitions into which we did not inquire, and tottering to its fall in a retired and desolate portion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Had the routine of our life at this place been known to the world, we should have been regarded as madmen, although perhaps as madmen of a harmless nature. Our seclusion was perfect. We admitted no visitors. Indeed, the locality of our retirement had been carefully kept a secret from my own former associates, and it had been many years since Dupin had ceased to know or be known in Paris. We existed within ourselves alone. It was a freak of fancy in my mind, for what else shall I call it, to be enamoured of the night for her own sake, and into this, as into all others, I quietly fell, giving myself up to his wild whims with a perfect abandon. The sable divinity would not herself dwell with us always, but we could counterfeit her presence. At the first dawn of the morning we closed all the massy shutters of our old building, lighted a couple of tapers which, strongly perfumed, threw out only the ghastliest and feeblest of rays. By the aid of these we then busied our souls in dreams, reading, writing, or conversing, until warned by the clock of the advent of the true darkness. Then we sallied forth into the streets, arm in arm, continuing the topics of the day, or roaming far and wide until a late hour, seeking, amid the wild lights and shadows of the populous city, that infinity of mental excitement which quiet observation can afford. At such times I could not help remarking and admiring, although from his rich idylity I had been prepared to expect it, a peculiar analytical ability in Dupin. He seemed too to take an eager delight in its exercise, if not exactly in its display, and did not hesitate to confess the pleasure thus derived. He boasted to me, with a low chuckling laugh, that most men, in respect to himself, wore windows in their bosoms, and was wont to follow up such assertions by direct and very startling proofs of his intimate knowledge of my own. His manner at these moments was frigid and abstract. His eyes were vacant in expression, while his voice, usually a rich tenor, rose into a treble which would have sounded petulantly but for the deliberateness and entire distinctiveness of the enunciation. Observing him in these moods, I often dwelt meditatively upon the old philosophy of the bipart soul, and amused myself with the fancy of a double Dupin, the creative, and the resolvent. Let it not be supposed from what I have just said that I am detailing any mystery or penning any romance. What I have described in The Frenchman was merely the result of an excited or perhaps of a diseased intelligence, but of the character of his remarks at the periods in question, an example will best convey the idea. We were strolling one night down a long dirty street in the vicinity of the Palais Royal. Being both apparently occupied with thought, neither of us had spoken a syllable for 15 minutes at least. All at once, Dupin broke forth with these words. "He is a very little fellow, that's true, and would do better for the Théâtre de Variété." "There can be no doubt about that," I replied unwittingly, and not at first observing, so much had I been absorbed in reflection, the extraordinary manner in which the speaker had chimed in with my meditations. In an instant afterward, I recollected myself, and my astonishment was profound. "Dupin," I said gravely, "this is beyond my comprehension. I do not hesitate to say that I am amazed and can scarcely credit my senses. How is it possible you should know I was thinking of—" Here I paused to ascertain beyond a doubt whether he really knew of whom I thought. "Of Chantilly," said he. "Why do you pause? You were remarking to yourself that his diminutive figure unfitted him for tragedy." This was precisely what had formed the subject of my reflections. Chantilly was a cobbler of the Rue Saint-Denis who, becoming stage-mad, had attempted the role of Xerxes in Crebillion's tragedy, so called, and being notoriously pasquinaded for his pains. "Tell me, for heaven's sake," I exclaimed, "the method, if method there is, by which you have been enabled to fathom my soul in this matter." In fact, I was even more startled than I would have been willing to express. "It was the fruiterer," replied my friend, "who brought you to the conclusions that the meander of souls was not of sufficient height for Xerxes et id genus omni." "The fruiterer? You astonish me. I know no fruiterer whomsoever." "The man who ran against you as we entered the street. It may have been 15 minutes ago." I now remember that, in fact, a fruiterer carrying upon his head a large basket of apples had nearly thrown me down by accident as we passed from a street into the thoroughfare where we now stood. But what this had to do with Chantilly I could not possibly understand. There was not a particle of charlatanerie about Dupin. "I will explain," he said. "And that you may comprehend all clearly, we will first retrace the course of your meditations from the moment in which I spoke to you until that of the meeting with the fruiterer in question. The larger links of the chain run thus: Chantilly, Orion, Dr. Nichols, Epicurus, stereotomy, the street stones, the fruiterer. That a few persons who have not, at some period of their lives, amused themselves in retracing the steps by which particular conclusions of their own minds have been attained. The occupation is often full of interest, and he who attempts it for the first time is astonished by the apparently illimitable distance and incoherence between the starting point and the goal. What then must have been my amazement when I heard the Frenchman speak what he had just spoken, and when I could not help acknowledging that he had spoken the truth. He continued. We had been talking of horses. I remember all right, just before leaving that street. This was the last subject we discussed. As we crossed into this street, a fruiterer, with a large basket upon his head, brushing quickly past us, thrust you upon a pile of paving stones, collected at a stop where the causeway is undergoing repair. You stepped upon one of the loose fragments, slipped, slightly strained your ankle, appeared vexed or sulky, muttered a few words, turned to look at the pile, and then proceeded in silence. I was not particularly attentive to what you did, but observation has become with me of late a species of necessity. You kept your eyes upon the ground, glancing with a petulant expression at the holes and ruts in the pavement, so that I saw that you were thinking of the stones, until we reached the little alley called La Martine, which had been paved by way of experiment with the overlapping and riveted blocks. Here your countenance brightened up, and perceiving your lips move, I could not doubt that you had murmured the word stereotomy, a term very effectively applied to this species of pavement. I knew that you could not say to yourself stereotomy without being brought to think of atomies, and thus the theories of Epicurus, and since, when we discussed this subject not very long ago, I mentioned to you how singularly, yet with how little notice, the vague guesses of that noble Greek had met with confirmation in the late nebular cosmogony, I felt that you could not avoid casting your eyes upward to the great nebula in Orion, and I certainly expected that you should do so. You did look up, and I was now assured that I correctly followed your steps. But in that bitter tirade against Chantilly, which appeared in yesterday's Musée, the satirist, making some disgraceful allusions to the cobbler's change of name upon assuming the buskin, quoted a Latin line about which we have often conversed. I mean the line, perditit antiquum litera prima sonum. I told you that this was in reference to Orion, formerly written U-R-I-O-N. And from certain pungencies connected with this explanation, I was aware that you could not have forgotten it. It was clear, therefore, that you would not fail to combine the two ideas of Orion and Chantilly. That you did combine them, I saw by the character of your smile which passed over your lips. You thought of the poor cobbler's immolation. So far you had been stooping in your gait, but now I saw you drew yourself up to your full height. I was then sure that you reflected upon the diminutive figure of Chantilly. At this point I interrupted your meditations to remark that as, in fact, he was a very little fellow, that Chantilly he would do better at the Théâtre de Variété. Not long after this, we were looking over an evening edition of the Gazette de Tribunaux, when the following paragraphs arrested our attention. Extraordinary murders. This morning, about 3 o'clock, the inhabitants of the Quartier Saint-Roch were aroused from sleep by a succession of terrific shrieks, issuing apparently from the 4th story of a house in the Rue Morgue, known to be in the sole occupancy of one Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Mademoiselle Camille L'Espanaye. After some delay, occasioned by a fruitless attempt to procure admission in the usual manner, the gateway was broken in with a crowbar, and 8 or 10 of the neighbours entered, accompanied by 2 gendarmes. By this time the cries had ceased, but as the party rushed up to the first flight of stairs, 2 or more rough voices in angry contention were distinguished, and seemed to proceed from the upper part of the house. As the second landing was reached, these sounds also had ceased, and everything remained perfectly quiet. The party spread themselves and hurried from room to room. Upon arriving at a large back chamber in the 4th story, the door of which, being found locked with the key inside, was forced open, a spectacle presented itself which struck everyone present, not less with horror than with astonishment. The apartment was in the wildest disorder, the furniture broken and thrown about in all directions. There was only one bedstead, and from this the bed had been removed and thrown into the middle of the floor. On a chair lay a razor besmeared with blood. On the hearth were 2 or 3 long and thick tresses of grey human hair, also dabbled in blood and seeming to have been pulled out by the roots. Upon the floor were found 4 Napoleons, an earring of topaz, 3 large silver spoons, 3 smaller of metal d'Alger, and 2 bags containing nearly 4,000 francs in gold. The drawers of the bureau, which stood in one corner, were open and had been apparently rifled, although many articles still remained in them. A small iron safe was discovered under the bed, not under the bedstead. It was open with the key still in the door. It had no contents beyond a few old letters and other papers of little consequence. Of Madame L'Espanaye no traces were here seen, but an unusual quantity of soot being observed in the fireplace, a search was made in the chimney, and, horrible to relate, the corpse of the daughter, head downward, was dragged therefrom, it having been thus forced up the narrow aperture for a considerable distance. The body was quite warm. Upon examining it, many excoriations were perceived, no doubt occasioned by the violence with which it had been thrust up and disengaged. Upon the face were many severe scratches, and upon the throat dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails, as if the deceased had been throttled to death. After a thorough investigation of every portion of the house, without further discovery, the party made its way into a small paved yard in the rear of the building, where lay the corpse of the old lady, with her throat so entirely cut that upon an attempt to raise her, the head fell off. The body as well as the head was fearfully mutilated, the former so much as to scarcely retain any semblance of humanity. To this horrible mystery there is not as yet, we believe, the slightest clue. The next day's paper had these additional particulars. The tragedy of the Rue Morgue. Many individuals have been examined in relation to this most extraordinary and frightful affair. The word affair has not yet in France that levity of import which it conveys with us. But nothing whatsoever has transpired to throw light upon it. We give below all the material testimony elicited. Pauline Jubor, laundress, disposes that she has known both the deceased for 3 years, having washed for them during that period. The old lady and her daughter seemed on good terms, very affectionate towards each other. They were excellent pay, could not speak in regard to their mode of means of living. Believed that Madame L'Espanaye told fortunes for a living, was reputed to have put money by, never met any persons in the house when she called for the clothes or took them home, was sure that they had no servant in employ. There appeared to be no furniture in any part of the building except in the 4th story. Pierre Moreau, tobacconist, disposes that he had been in the habit of selling small quantities of tobacco and snuff to Madame L'Espanaye for nearly 4 years, was born in the neighbourhood, and has always resided there. The deceased and her daughter had occupied the house in which the corpse was found for more than 6 years. It was formerly occupied by a jeweller who underlet the upper rooms to various persons. The house was the property of Madame L'Espanaye. She became dissatisfied with the abuse of the premises by her tenant and moved into them herself, refusing to let any portion. The old lady was childish. Witness had seen the daughter some 5 or 6 times during the 6 years. The two lived an exceedingly retired life, were reputed to have money, had heard it said amongst the neighbours that Madame L'Espanaye told fortunes, did not believe it, had never seen any person enter the door except the old lady and her daughter, a porter once or twice, and a physician some 8 or 10 times. Many other persons, neighbours, gave evidence to the same effect. No one was spoken of as frequenting the house. It was not known whether there were any living connections of Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter. The shutters of the front windows were seldom opened. Those in the rear were always closed, with the exception of the large back room, 4th story. The house was a good house, not very old. Isidore Musset, gendarme, disposes that he was called to the house about 3 o'clock in the morning and found some 20 or 30 persons at the gateway endeavouring to gain admittance. Forced it open, at length with a bayonet, not with a crowbar. Had but little difficulty in getting it open on account of its being a double or folding gate and bolted neither at bottom nor top. The shrieks were continued until the gate was forced, and then suddenly ceased. They seemed to be the screams of some person or persons in great agony, were loud and drawn out, not short and quick. Witness led the way upstairs. Upon reaching the first landing, heard 2 voices in loud and angry contention. The one a gruff voice, the other much shriller, a very strange voice. Could distinguish some words of the former, which was that of a Frenchman. was positive that it was not a woman's voice. Could distinguish the words sacre and diabla. The shrill voice was that of a foreigner. Could not be sure whether it was the voice of a man or a woman. Could not make out what was said, but believed the language to be Spanish. The state of the room and of the bodies was described by this witness as we described them yesterday. Henri Duval, a neighbour, and by trade a silversmith, disposes that he was one of the party who first entered the house, corroborates the testimony of Musée in general. As soon as they forced an entrance, they reclosed the door to keep out the crowd, which collected very fast, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour. The shrill voice, the witness thinks, was that of an Italian. Was certain it was not French, could not be sure that it was a man's voice. It might have been a woman's, was not acquainted with the Italian language, could not distinguish the words, but was convinced by the intonation that the speaker knew Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter, had conversed with both frequently, was sure that the shrill voice was not of either of the deceased. Odenheimer, restaurateur. This witness volunteered his testimony. Not speaking French, was examined through an interpreter, is a native of Amsterdam, was passing the house at the time of the shrieks. They lasted for several minutes, probably 10. They were long and loud, very awful and distressing. Was one of those who entered the building, corroborated the previous evidence in every respect but one. Was sure that the shrill voice was that of a man, of a Frenchman. Could not distinguish the words uttered. They were loud and quick, unequal, spoken apparently in fear as well as in anger. The voice was harsh, not so much shrill as harsh. Could not call it a shrill voice. The gruff voice said repeatedly, Sacre, diable, and once, mon Dieu. Jules Mignot, banker of the firm of Mignot et Fils, Rue Deloran, is the elder Mignot. Madame L'Espanaye had some property, had opened an account with his banking house in the spring of the year, 8 years previously, made frequent deposits in small sums, had checked for nothing until the 3rd day before her death, when she took out in person the sum of 4,000 francs. The sum was paid in gold, and a clerk sent home with the money. Adolphe Le Bon, clerk to Mignot et Fils, disposes that on the day in question, about noon, he accompanied Madame L'Espanaye to her residence with the 4,000 francs put up in 2 bags. Upon the door being opened, Mademoiselle L'Espanaye appeared and took from his hands one of the bags, while the old lady relieved him of the other. He then bowed and departed. Did not see any person in the street at the time. It is a by-street, very lonely. William Bird, tailor, disposes that he was one of the party who entered the house, is an Englishman, has lived in Paris 2 years, was one of the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, could make out several words, but cannot now remember all. Heard distinctly sacre and mon Dieu. There was a sound at the moment as if of several persons struggling, a scraping and scuffling sound. The shrill voice was very loud, louder than the gruff one. Is sure that it was not the voice of an Englishman, appeared to be that of a German. Might have been a woman's voice, does not understand German. 4 of the above-named witnesses, being recalled, deposed that the door of the chamber, which was found the body of Mademoiselle L'Espanaye, was locked on the inside when the party reached it. Everything was perfectly silent, no groans or noises of any kind. Upon forcing the door, no person was seen. The windows, both of the back and front room, were down and firmly fastened from within. A door between the 2 rooms was closed, but not locked. The door leading from the front room into the passage was locked with the key on the inside. A small room in the front of the house on the 4th story at the head of the passage was open, the door being ajar. The room was crowded with old beds, boxes, and so forth. These were carefully removed and searched. There was not an inch of any portion of the house which was not carefully searched. Sweeps were sent up and down the chimneys. The house was a 4-story one with garrets. A trapdoor on the roof was nailed down very securely. It did not appear to have been opened for years. The time elapsing between the hearing of the voices in contention and the breaking open of the room door was variously stated by the witnesses. Some made it as short as 3 minutes, some as long as 5. The door was opened with difficulty. Alfonso Garcio, undertaker, disposes that he resides in the Rue Morgue. He is a native of Spain, was one of the party who entered the house, did not proceed upstairs, is nervous, and was apprehensive of the consequences of agitation. Heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, could not distinguish what was said. The shrill voice was that of an Englishman. Is sure of this, does not understand the English language, but judges by intonation. Alberto Montani, confectioner, disposes that he was among the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in question. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, distinguished several words. The speaker appeared to be expostulating, could not make out the words of the shrill voice, spoke quick and unevenly, thinks it is the voice of a Russian, corroborates the general testimony, is an Italian, never conversed with a native of Russia. Several witnesses recalled, here testified, that the chimneys of all the rooms on the 4th story were too narrow to admit the passage of a human being. By sweeps were meant cylindrical sweeping brushes, such as were employed by those who cleaned chimneys. These brushes were passed up and down every flue in the house. There is no back passage by which anyone could have descended while the party proceeded upstairs. The body of Mademoiselle L'Espanaye was so firmly wedged up the chimney that it could not be got down until 4 or 5 of the party united their strength. Paul Dumas, physician, disposes that he was called to view the bodies about daybreak. They were both then lying on the sacking of the bedstead in the chamber where Mademoiselle L'Espanaye was found. The corpse of the young lady was much bruised and excoriated. The fact that it had been thrust up the chimney would sufficiently account for these appearances. The throat was greatly chafed. There were several deep scratches just below the chin, together with a series of livid spots which were evidently the impression of fingers. The face was fearfully discoloured, and the eyeballs protruded. The tongue had been partially bitten through. A large bruise was discovered upon the pit of the stomach, produced apparently by the pressure of a knee. In the opinion of Monsieur Dumas, Mademoiselle L'Espanaye had been throttled to death by some person or persons unknown. The corpse of the mother was horribly mutilated. All the bones of the right leg and arm were more or less shattered, the left tibia much splintered, as well as all of the ribs on the left side. Whole body dreadfully bruised and discoloured. It was not possible to say how the injuries had been inflicted. A heavy club of wood or a broad bar of iron, a chair, any large, heavy, and obtuse weapon would have produced such results, if wielded by the hands of a very powerful man. No woman could have inflicted the blows with any weapon. The head of the deceased, when seen by witness, was entirely separated from the body, and was also greatly shattered. The throat had evidently been cut with some very sharp instrument, probably with a razor. Alexandre Etienne, surgeon, was called with Monsieur Dumas to view the bodies, corroborated the testimony and the opinions of Monsieur Dumas. Nothing further of importance was elicited, although several other persons were examined. A murder so mysterious and so perplexing in all its particulars was never before committed to Paris, if indeed a murder had been committed at all. The police are entirely at fault, an unusual occurrence in affairs of this nature. There is not, however, the shadow of a clue apparent. The evening edition of the paper stated that the greatest excitement still continued in the Quartier Saint-Roch, that the premises in question had been carefully researched and fresh examinations of witnesses instituted, but all to no purpose. A postscript, however, mentioned that Adolphe Le Bon had been arrested and imprisoned, although nothing appeared to criminate him beyond the facts already detailed. Dupin seemed incredibly interested in the progress of this affair, at least so I judged from his manner, for he made no comments. It was only after the announcement that Le Bon had been imprisoned that he asked me my opinion respecting the murders. I can merely agree with all Paris in considering them an insoluble mystery. I saw no means by which it would be possible to trace the murderer. We must not judge of the means, said Dupin, by the shell of an examination. The Parisian police, so much extolled for acumen, are cunning, but no more. There's no method in their proceedings beyond the method of the moment. They make a vast parade of measures, but not unfrequently these are so ill adapted to the objects proposed as to put us in mind of Monsieur Jourdan's calling for his robe de chambre pour mieux entendre la musique. The results attained by them are not unfrequently surprising, but for the most part are brought about by simple diligence and activity. When these qualities are unavailing, their schemes fail. Vidocq, for example, was a good guesser and a persevering man, but without educated thought he erred continually by the very intensity of his investigations. He impaired his vision by holding the object too close. He might see perhaps one or two points with the unusual clearness, but in so doing he necessarily lost sight of the matter as a whole. Thus, there is such a thing as being too profound. Truth is not always in a well. In fact, as regards the more important knowledge, I do believe that she is invariably superficial. The depths lies in the valleys where we seek her, and not upon the mountain tops where she is found. The modes and sources of this kind of error are well typified in the contemplation of the heavenly bodies. To look at a star by glances, to view it in a sidelong way by turning toward it the exterior portions of the retina, more susceptible of feeble impressions of light than the interior, is to behold the star distinctly. It is to have the best appreciation of its lustre, a lustre which grows dim just in proportion as we turn our vision fully upon it. A greater number of rays actually fall upon the eye in the latter case, but in the former there is the more refined capacity for comprehension. By undue profundity we perplex and enfeeble thought, and it is possible to make even Venus herself vanish from the firmament by a scrutiny too sustained, too concentrated, or too direct. As for these murders, let us enter into some examinations for ourselves before we make up an opinion respecting them. An inquiry will afford us amusement. I thought this an odd term, so applied, but said nothing. And besides, Le Bon once rendered me a service for which I am not ungrateful. We will go and see the premises with our own eyes. I know the prefect of police, and shall have no difficulty in obtaining the necessary permission. The permission was obtained, and we proceeded at once to the Rue Morgue. This is one of those miserable thoroughfares which intervene between the Rue Richelieu and the Rue Saint-Roch. It was late in the afternoon when we reached it, as this quarter is at a great distance from that in which we resided. The house was readily found, for there were still many persons gazing up at its closed shutters with an objectless curiosity from the opposite side of the way. It was an ordinary Parisian house, with a gateway, on one side of which was a glazed watch-box, with a sliding panel in the window. Before going in, we walked up the street, turned down an alley, and then, again turning, passed in the rear of the building. Dupin, meanwhile, examining the whole neighbourhood, as well as the house, with a minuteness of attention for which I could see no possible object. Retracing our steps, we came again to the front of the dwelling, rang, and having shown our credentials, were admitted by the agents in charge. We went upstairs, and into the chamber where the body of Mademoiselle L'Espanaye had been found, and where both the deceased still lay. The disorders of the room had, as usual, been suffered to exist. I saw nothing beyond what had been stated in the Gazette de Tribunaux. Dupin scrutinized everything, not excepting the bodies of the victims. We then went into the other rooms and into the yard. A gendarme accompanied us throughout. The examination occupied us until dark, when we took our departure. On our way home, my companion stopped in for a moment at the office of one of the daily papers. I have said that the whims of my friend were manifold. It was his humour now to decline all conversation on the subject of the murder until about noon the next day. He then asked me suddenly if I had observed anything peculiar at the scene of the atrocity. There was something in his manner of emphasizing the word peculiar which caused me to shudder, without knowing why. No, nothing peculiar, I said. Nothing more, at least, than we both saw stated in the paper. The Gazette, he replied, has not entered, I fear, into the unusual horror of the thing. But dismiss the idle opinions of this print. It appears to me that this mystery is considered insoluble, for the very reason which should cause it to be regarded as an easy solution. I mean, for the utter character and its features. The police are confounded by the seemingly absence of motive, not for the murder itself, but for the atrocity of the murder. They are puzzled, too, by the seeming impossibility of reconciling the voices heard in contention with the facts that no one was discovered upstairs with the assassinated Mademoiselle L'Espanaye, and that there were no means of egress without the notice of the party ascending. The wild disorder of the room, the corpse thrust with the head downward up the chimney, the frightful mutilation of the body of the old lady. These considerations, with those just mentioned, and others which I need not mention, has sufficed to paralyze the powers by putting completely at fault the boasted acumen of the government agents. They have fallen into the gross but common error of confounding the unusual with the abstruse. But it is by these deviations from the plane of the ordinary that reason feels its way, if at all, in its search for the true. In investigations such as we are now pursuing, it should not be so much asked what has occurred as what has occurred that has never occurred before. In fact, the facility with which I shall arrive, or have arrived, at the solution of this mystery is in the direct ratio of its apparent insolubility in the eyes of the police. I stared at the speaker in mute astonishment. I am now waiting, continued he, looking towards the door of our apartment, I am now awaiting a person who, although perhaps not the perpetrator of these butcheries, must have been in some measure implicated in their perpetration. Of the worst portion of the crimes committed, it is probable that he is innocent. I hope that I am right in this supposition, for upon it I build my expectation of reading the entire riddle. I look for the man here, in this room, every moment. It is true that he may not arrive, but the probability is that he will. Should he come, it may be necessary to detain him. Here are pistols, and we both know how to use them when occasion demands their use. I took the pistols, scarcely knowing what I did or believing what I heard, while Dupin went on, very much as if in a soliloquy. I have already spoken of his abstract manner at such times. His discourse was addressed to myself, but his voice, although by no means loud, had the intonation which is commonly employed in speaking to someone at a great distance. His eyes, vacant in expression, regarded only the wall. That the voices heard in contention, he said, by the party upon the stairs were not the voices of the women themselves, was fully proved by the evidence. This relieves us of all doubt upon the question whether the old lady could have first destroyed the daughter and afterwards have committed suicide. I speak of this point chiefly for the sake of method, for the strength of Madame L'Espanaye would have been utterly unequal to the task of thrusting her daughter's corpse up the chimney as it was found, and the nature of the wounds upon her own person entirely preclude the idea of self-destruction. Murder, then, has been committed by some third party, and the voices of this third party were those heard in contention. Let me now advert, not to the whole testimony respecting these voices, but to what was peculiar in that testimony. Did you observe anything peculiar about it? I observed that, while all the witnesses agreed in supposing the gruff voice to be that of a Frenchman, there was much disagreement in regard to the shrill, or, as one individual termed it, the harsh voice. That was the evidence itself, said Dupin, but it was not the peculiarity of the evidence. You have observed nothing distinctive, yet there was something to be observed. The witnesses, as you remark, agreed about the gruff voice. They were here unanimous. But in regard to the shrill voice, the peculiarity is not that they disagreed, but that, while an Italian, an Englishman, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and a Frenchman attempted to describe it, each one spoke of it as that of a foreigner. Each is sure that it was not the voice of one of his own countrymen. Each likens it not to the voice of an individual of any nation with whose language he is conversant, but the converse. The Frenchman supposes it the voice of a Spaniard, and might have distinguished some words had he been acquainted with the Spanish. The Dutchman maintains it to have been that of a Frenchman, but we find it stated that, not understanding French, this witness was examined through an interpreter. The Englishman thinks it was the voice of a German, and does not understand German. The Spaniard is sure that it was that of an Englishman, but judges by the intonation altogether, as he has no knowledge of the English. The Italian believes it is the voice of a Russian, but has never conversed with a native of Russia. A second Frenchman differs, moreover, with the first, and is positive that the voice was that of an Italian, but not being cognizant of that tongue, is, like the Spaniard, convinced by the intonation. Now, how strangely unusual must that voice have really been, about which such testimony as this could have been elicited, in whose tones even denizens of the 5 great divisions of Europe could not recognize nothing familiar. You will say that it might have been the voice of an Asiatic, of an African. Neither Asiatics nor Africans abound in Paris, but without denying the inference, I will now merely call your attention to 3 points. The voice is termed by one witness harsh rather than shrill. It is represented by 2 others to have been quick and unequal. No words, no sounds resembling words were by any witness mentioned as distinguishable. I know not, continued Dupin, what impression I may have made so far upon your own understanding, but I do not hesitate to say that legitimate deductions, even from this portion of the testimony, the portion respecting the gruff and shrill voices, are in themselves sufficient to engender a suspicion which should give direction to all further progress in the investigation of the mystery. I said legitimate deductions, but my meaning is not fully expressed. I design to imply that the deductions are the sole proper ones, and that the suspicion arises inevitably from them as the single result. What the suspicion is, however, I will not say just yet. I merely wish you to bear in mind that, with myself, it was sufficiently forcible to give a definite form, a certain tendency, to my inquiries in the chamber. Let us now transport ourselves in fancy to this chamber. What shall we first seek here? The means of egress employed by the murderers. It is not too much to say that neither of us believe in preternatural events. Madame and Mademoiselle L'Espanaye were not destroyed by spirits. The doers of the deed were material and escaped materially. Then how? Fortunately, there is but one mode of reasoning upon the point, and that mode must lead us to a definite decision. Let us examine, each by each, the possible means of egress. It is clear that the assassins were in the room where Mademoiselle L'Espanaye was found, or at least in the room adjoining, when the party ascended the stairs. It is then only from these 2 apartments that we have to seek issues. The police have laid bare the floors, the ceilings, and the masonry of the walls in every direction. No secret issues could have escaped their vigilance, but not trusting to their eyes, I examined with my own. There were then no secret issues. Both doors leading from the rooms into the passage were securely locked with the key inside. Let us turn to the chimneys. These, although of ordinary width, for some 8 or 10 feet above the hearths, will not admit, throughout their extent, the body of a large cat. The impossibility of egress, by means already stated, being thus absolute, we are reduced to the windows. Through those of the front room, no one could have escaped without notice from the crowd in the street. The murderers must have passed, then, through those of the back room. Now brought to this conclusion in so unequivocal a manner as we are, it is not our part as reasoners to reject it on account of apparent impossibilities. It is only left for us to prove that these apparent impossibilities are in reality not such. There are 2 windows in the chamber. One of them is unobstructed by furniture and is wholly visible. The lower portion of the other is hidden from view by the head of an unwieldy bedstead which is thrust close against it. The former was found securely fastened from within. It resisted the utmost force of those who endeavoured to raise it. A large gimlet hole had been pierced in its frame to the left, and a very stout nail was found fitted therein nearly to the head. Upon examining the other window, a similar nail was similarly fitted in it, and a vigorous attempt to raise this sash failed also. The police were now entirely satisfied that egress could not have been in these directions, and therefore it was thought a matter of supererogation to withdraw the nails and open the windows. My own examination was somewhat more particular, and was so for the reason I have just given, because here it was I knew that all apparent impossibilities must be proved to be not such in reality. I proceeded to think thus. The murderers did escape from one of these windows. This being so, they could not have refastened the sashes from the inside as they were found fastened. The consideration which put a stop, through its obviousness, to the scrutiny of the police in this quarter. Yet the sashes were fastened. They must then have the power of fastening themselves. There was no escape from this conclusion. I stepped to the unobstructed casement, withdrew the nail with some difficulty, and attempted to raise the sash. It resisted all my efforts, as I had anticipated. A concealed spring must, I now knew, exist, and this corroboration of my idea convinced me that my premises at least were correct. However mysterious still appeared the circumstances attending the nails. A careful search soon brought to light the hidden spring. I pressed it, and satisfied with the discovery, forbore to upraise the sash. I now replaced the nail and regarded it attentively. A person passing through this window might have reclosed it, and the spring would have caught, but the nail could not have been replaced. The conclusion was plain, and again narrowed in the field of my investigations. The assassins must have escaped through the other window. Supposing then the springs upon each sash to be the same, as was probable, there must be found a difference between the nails, or at least between the modes of their fixture. Getting upon the sacking of the bedstead, I looked over the headboard minutely at the second casement. Passing my hand down behind the board, I readily discovered and pressed the spring which was, as I had supposed, identical in character with its neighbour. I now looked at the nail. It was as stout as the other, and apparently fitted in the same manner, driven in nearly up to the head. You will say that I was puzzled, but if you think so, you must have misunderstood the nature of the indications. To use a sporting phrase, I had not been once at fault. The scent had never for an instant been lost. There was no flaw in any link of the chain. I had traced the secret to its ultimate result, and that result was the nail. It had, I say, in every respect, the appearance of its fellow in the other window, but this fact was an absolute nullity, conclusive as it might have seemed to be. when compared with the consideration that here, at this point, terminated the clue. There must be something wrong, I said, about the nail. I touched it, and the head, with about 1/4 of an inch of the shank, came off in my fingers. The rest of the shank was in the gimlet hole, where it had been broken off. The fracture was an old one, for its edges were encrusted with rust, and had apparently been accomplished by the blow of a hammer, which had partially embedded in the top of the bottom sash the head portion of the nail. I now carefully replaced this head portion in the indentation whence I had taken it, and the resemblance to a perfect nail was complete. The fissure was invisible. Pressing the spring, I gently raised the sash for a few inches. The head went up with it, remaining firm in its bed. I closed the window, and the semblance of the whole nail was again perfect. The riddle so far was now unriddled. The assassin had escaped through the window which looked upon the bed. Dropping of its own accord upon his exit, or perhaps purposely closed, it had become fastened by the spring, and it was the retention of this spring which had been mistaken by the police for that of the nail, further inquiry being thus considered unnecessary. The next question is that of the mode of descent. Upon this point, I have been satisfied in my walk with you around the building. About 5.5 feet from the casement in question there runs a lightning rod. From this rod it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the window itself, to say nothing of entering it. I observed, however, that the shutters on the 4th story were of the peculiar kind called by Parisian carpenters ferrades, a kind rarely employed at the present day, but frequently seen upon very old mansions at Lyon or Bordeaux. They are in the form of an ordinary door, a single, not a folding door, except that the upper part is latticed or worked in open trellis, thus affording an excellent hold for the hands. In the present instance, these shutters are fully 3.5 feet broad. When we saw them from the rear of the house, they were both about half open, that is to say, they stood off at right angles from the wall. It is probable that the police, as well as myself, examined the back of the tenement, but if so, in looking at these ferrades in the line of their breadth, as they must have done, they did not perceive this great breadth itself, or, at all events, failed to take it into due consideration. In fact, having once satisfied themselves that no egress could have been made in this quarter, they would naturally bestow here a very cursory examination. It was clear to me, however, that the shutter belonging to the window at the head of the bed would, if swung fully back to the wall, reach to within 2 feet of the lightning rod. It was also evident that by exertion of a very unusual degree of activity and courage, an entrance into the window from the rod might have been thus effected. By reaching to the distance of 2.5 feet, we now suppose the shutter open to its whole extent. A robber might have taken a firm grasp upon the trellis work, letting go then his hold upon the rod, placing his feet securely against the wall, and springing boldly from it, he might have swung the shutter so as to close it, and, if we imagine the window open at the time, might even have swung himself into the room. I wish you to bear especially in mind that I have spoken of a very unusual degree of activity as requisite to success in so hazardous and so difficult a feat. It is my design to show you first that the thing might possibly have been accomplished, but secondly and chiefly I wish to impress upon your understanding the very extraordinary, the almost preternatural character of that agility which could have accomplished it. You will say, no doubt, using the language of the law, that to make out our case, I should rather undervalue than insist upon a full estimation of the activity required in this matter. This may be the practice in law, but it is not the usage of reason. My ultimate object is only the truth. My immediate purpose is to lead you to place in juxtaposition the very unusual activity of which I have just spoken, with a very peculiar, shrill or harsh, and unequal voice, about whose nationality no two persons could be found to agree, and in whose utterance no syllabification could be detected. At these words, a vague and half-formed conception of the meaning of Dupin flitted over my mind. I seemed to be upon the verge of comprehension without power to comprehend, as men at times find themselves upon the brink of remembrance without being able, in the end, to remember. My friend went on with his discourse. "You will see," he said, "that I have shifted the question from the mode of egress to that of ingress. It was my design to show that both were affected in the same manner, at the same point. Let us now revert to the interior of the room. Let us survey the appearances here. The drawers of the bureau, it is said, had been rifled, although many articles of apparel still remained within them. The conclusion here is absurd. It is a mere guess, a very silly one, and no more. How are we to know that the articles found in the drawers were not all these drawers had originally contained? Madame L'Espinaye and her daughter lived an exceedingly retired life, saw no company, seldom went out, had little use for numerous changes of habiliment. Those found were at least of as good a quality as any likely to be possessed by these ladies. If a thief had taken any, why did he not take the best? Why did he not take all? In a word, why did he abandon 4,000 francs in gold to encumber himself with a bundle of linen? The gold was abandoned. Nearly the whole sum mentioned by Monsieur Mignon, the banker, was discovered in bags upon the floor. I wish you, therefore, to discard from your thoughts the blundering idea of motive engendered in the brains of the police by that portion of the evidence which speaks of money delivered at the door of the house. Coincidences 10 times as remarkable as this, the delivery of the money and murder committed within 3 days upon the party receiving it, happen to all of us every hour of our lives without attracting even momentary notice. Coincidences, in general, are great stumbling blocks in the way of that class of thinkers who have been educated to know nothing of the theory of probabilities, that theory to which the most glorious objects of human research are indebted for the most glorious of illustration. In the present instance, had the gold been gone, the fact of its delivery 3 days before would have formed something more than that of a coincidence. It would have been corroborative of this idea of motive. But under the real circumstances of the case, if we are to suppose gold the motive of this outrage, we must also imagine the perpetrator so vacillating an idiot as to have abandoned his gold and the motive altogether. Keeping now steadily in mind the points to which I have drawn your attention, that peculiar voice, that unusual agility, and that startling absence of motive in a murder so singularly atrocious as this, let us glance at the butchery itself. Here is a woman strangled to death by manual strength and thrust up a chimney, head downward. Ordinary assassins employ no such modes of murder as this. Least of all do they thus dispose of the murdered. In the manner of thrusting the corpse up the chimney, you will admit that there was something altogether irreconcilable with our common notions of human action, even when we suppose the actors the most depraved of men. Think, too, how great must have been that strength which could have thrust the body up such an aperture so forcibly that the united vigour of several persons was barely sufficient to drag it down. Turn now to the other indications of the employment of a vigour most marvellous. On the hearth were thick tresses, very thick tresses of grey human hair. These had been torn out by the roots. You are aware of the great force necessary in tearing thus from the head even 20 or 30 hairs together. You saw the locks in question as well as myself. Their roots, a hideous sight, were clotted with fragments of the flesh of the scalp. Sure token of the prodigious power which had been exerted in uprooting perhaps 500,000 of hairs at a time. The throat of the old lady was not merely cut, but the head absolutely severed from the body. The instrument was a mere razor. I wish you also to look at the brutal ferocity of these deeds. Of the bruises upon the body of Madame L'Espinaye I do not speak. Monsieur Dumas and Monsieur Etienne have pronounced that they were inflicted by some obtuse instrument. And so far these gentlemen are very correct. The obtuse instrument was clearly the stone pavement in the yard upon which the victim had fallen from the window which looked in upon the bed. The idea, however simple it may now seem, escaped the police for the same reason that the breadth of the shutters escaped them, because by the affair of the nails their perceptions had been hermetically sealed against the possibility of the windows having been opened at all. If now, in addition to all these things, you have properly reflected upon the odd disorder of the chamber, we have gone so far as to combine the ideas of an agility outstanding, a strength superhuman, a ferocity brutal, a butchery without motive, a horror absolutely alien from humanity, and a voice foreign in tone to the ears of men of many nations and devoid of all distinct unintelligible syllabification. What result then has ensued? What impression have I made upon your fancy? I felt a creeping of the flesh as Dupin asked me the question. A madman, I said, has done this deed. Some raving maniac escaped from a neighbouring maison de santé. In some respects, he replied, your idea is not irrelevant, but the voices of madmen, even in their wildest paroxysms, are never found to tally with that peculiar voice heard upon the stairs. Madmen are of some nation, and their language, however incoherent in its words, has always the coherence of syllabification. Besides, the hair of a madman is not such as I now hold in my hand. I disentangled this little tuft from the rigidly clutched fingers of Madame L'Espanaye. Tell me what you can make of it. Dupin, I said, completely unnerved, this hair is most unusual. This is no human hair. I have not asserted that it is, said he. But before we decide this point, I wish you to glance at the very little sketch I have here traced upon this paper. It is a drawing of what has been described in one portion of the testimony as dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails upon the throat of Mademoiselle L'Espanaye, and in another, by Messieurs Dumas and Etienne, as a series of livid spots, evidently the impression of fingers. You will perceive, continued my friend, spreading out the paper upon the table before us, that this drawing gives the idea of a firm and fixed hold. There is no slipping apparent. Each finger has retained, possibly until the death of the victim, the fearful grasp by which it originally embedded itself. Attempt now to place all your fingers at the same time in the respective impressions as you see them. I made the attempt in vain. We are possibly not giving this matter a fair trial, he said. The paper is spread out upon a plain surface, but the human throat is cylindrical. Here's a billet of wood, the circumference of which is about that of the throat. Wrap the drawing around it and try the experiment again. I did so, but the difficulty was even more obvious than before. This is, I said, the mark of no human hand. Read now, replied Dupin, this passage from Cuvier. It was a minute, anatomical and generally descriptive account of the large fulvous orangutan of the East Indian Islands. The gigantic stature, the prodigious strength and activity, the wild ferocity, and the imitative propensities of these mammalia are sufficiently well known to all. I understood the full horrors of the murder at once. The description of the digits, said I, as I made an end to the reading, is in exact accordance with this drawing. I see no animal, but an orangutan of the species he mentioned could have impressed the indentations as you have traced them. This tuft of tawny hair, too, is identical in character with that of the beast of Cuvier. But I cannot possibly comprehend the particulars of this frightful mystery. Besides, there were two voices heard in contention, and one of them was unquestionably the voice of a Frenchman. True. And you will remember an expression attributed almost unanimously by the evidence to this voice, the expression, mon Dieu. This, under the circumstances, has been justly characterized by one of the witnesses, Montani, the confectioner, as an expression of remonstrance or expostulation. Upon these two words, however, I have mainly built my hope of a full solution of the riddle. A Frenchman was cognizant of the murder. It is possible, indeed, it is far more than probable, that he was innocent of all participation in the bloody transactions which took place. The orangutan may have escaped from him. He may have traced it to the chamber, but, under the agitating circumstances which ensued, he could never have recaptured. It is still at large. I will not pursue these guesses, for I have no right to call them more, since the shades of reflection upon which they are based are scarcely of sufficient depth to be appreciable by my own intellect, and since I could not pretend to make them intelligible to the understanding of another. We will call them guesses, then, and speak of them as such. If the Frenchman in question is indeed, as I suppose, innocent of this atrocity, this advertisement, which I left last night upon our return home at the office of Le Monde, a paper devoted to the shipping interest and much sought by sailors, will bring him to our residence. He handed me a paper, and I read thus. Caught in the Bois de Boulogne, early in the morning of the murder, a very large tawny orangutan of the Bernese species. The owner, who is ascertained to be a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, may have the animal again upon identifying it satisfactorily and paying a few charges arising from its capture and keeping. Call at our address. How is it possible, I asked, that you should know the man to be a sailor and belonging to a Maltese vessel? I do not know it, said Dupin. I am not sure of it. Here, however, is a small piece of ribbon, which from its form and from its greasy appearance has evidently been used in tying the hair in one of those long queues of which sailors are so fond. Moreover, this knot is one which few besides sailors can tie, and it is peculiar to the Maltese. I picked the ribbon up at the foot of the lightning rod. It could not have belonged to either of the deceased. Now, if, after all, I am wrong in my induction from this ribbon that the Frenchman was a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, still I can have done no harm in saying what I did in the advertisement. If I am in error, he will merely suppose that I have been misled by some circumstance into which he will not take the trouble to inquire. But if I am right, a great point is gained. Cognizant, although innocent, of the murder, the Frenchman will naturally hesitate about replying to the advertisement, about demanding the orangutan. He will reason thus: I am innocent, I am poor, my orangutan is of great value, to one in my circumstance a fortune of itself. Why should I lose it through idle apprehension of danger? Here it is within my grasp. It was found in the Bois de Boulogne, at a vast distance from the scene of the butchery. How can it ever be suspected that a brute beast should have done the deed? The police are at fault. They have failed to procure the slightest clue. Should they even trace the animal, it would be impossible to prove me cognizant of the murder, or to implicate me in guilt on account of that cognizance. Above all, I am known. The advertiser designates me as the possessor of the beast. I am not sure to what limit his knowledge may extend. Should I avoid claiming a property of so great value, which it is known that I possess, I will render the animal at least liable to suspicion. It is not my policy to attract attention either to myself or to the beast. I will answer the advertisement, get the orangutan, and keep it close until the matter has blown over. At this moment we heard a step upon the stairs. Be ready, said Dupin, with your pistols, but neither use them nor show them until a signal from myself. The front door of the house had been left open, and the visitor had entered without ringing and advanced several steps upon the staircase. Now, however, he appeared to hesitate. Presently we heard him descending. Dupin was moving quickly to the door, when we again heard him coming up. He did not turn back a second time, but stepped up with decision and rapped at the door of our chamber. "Come in," said Dupin, in a cheerful and hearty tone. A man entered. He was a sailor, evidently, a tall, stout, and muscular-looking person, with a certain daredevil expression of countenance, not altogether unprepossessing. His face, greatly sunburnt, was more than half hidden by whiskers and a moustache. He had with him a huge oaken cudgel, but appeared to be otherwise unarmed. He bowed awkwardly and bade us good evening. "Sit down, my friend," said Dupin. "I suppose you have called about the orangutan. Upon my word, I almost envy you the possession of him. A remarkably fine and no doubt a very valuable animal. How old do you suppose him to be?" The sailor drew a long breath with the air of a man relieved of some intolerable burden, and then replied in an assured tone, "I've no way of telling, but he can't be more than 4 or 5 years old. Have you got him here?" "Oh, no, we had no convenience for keeping him here. He's in a livery stable at the Rue du Bois, just by. You can get him in the morning. Of course you are prepared to identify the property." "To be sure I am, sir." "I shall be very sorry to part with him," said Dupin. "I don't mean that you should be at all this trouble for nothing, sir," said the man. "Couldn't expect it. I'm very willing to pay a reward for the finding of the animal, that is to say, anything within reason." "Well," replied my friend, "that is all very fair, to be sure. Let me think. What should I have? I will tell you. My reward shall be this. You shall give me all the information in your power about these murders in the Rue Morgue." Dupin said these last words in a very low tone and very quietly. Just as quietly, too, he walked towards the door, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. He then drew a pistol from his bosom and placed it, without the least flurry, upon the table. The sailor's face flushed up, as if he were struggling with suffocation. He started to get to his feet and grasped his cudgel, but the next moment he fell back into his seat, trembling violently, and with the countenance of death itself. He spoke not a word. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart. "My friend," said Dupin in a kind tone, "you are alarming yourself unnecessarily." "You are indeed. We mean you no harm whatsoever. I pledge you the honour of a gentleman and of a Frenchman that we intend you no injury. I perfectly well know that you are innocent of the atrocities of the Rue Morgue. It will not do, however, to deny that you are in some measure implicated in them. From what I have already said, you must know that I have had means of information about this matter, means of which you could never have dreamed. Now the thing stands thus. You have done nothing which you could have avoided, nothing certainly which rendered you culpable. You were not even guilty of robbery, when you might have robbed with impunity. You have nothing to conceal. You have no reason for concealment. On the other hand, you are bound by every principle of honour to confess all you know. An innocent man is now imprisoned, charged with that crime of which you can point out the perpetrator." The sailor had recovered his presence of mind in a great measure while Dupin uttered these words, but his original boldness of bearing was all gone. "So help me God," he said, after a brief pause, "I will tell you all I know about this affair, but I do not expect you to believe one half I say. I would be a fool indeed if I did. Still, I am innocent, and I'll make a clean breast if I die for it." What he stated was, in substance, this. He had lately made a voyage to the Indian archipelago. A party, of which he had formed one, landed at Borneo and passed into the interior on an excursion of pleasure. Himself and a companion had captured the orangutan. This companion dying, the animal fell into his own exclusive possession. After great trouble occasioned by the intractable ferocity of his captive during the voyage home, he at length succeeded in lodging it safely at his own residence in Paris, where, not to attract toward himself the unpleasant curiosity of his neighbours, he kept it carefully secluded until such time as it should recover from a wound in the foot, received from a splinter on board ship. His ultimate design was to sell it. Returning home from some sailor's frolic on the night, or rather in the morning of the murder, he found the beast occupying his own bedroom, into which it had broken from a closet adjoining, where it had been, as was thought, securely confined. Razor in hand and fully lathered, it was sitting before a looking-glass, attempting the operation of shaving, in which it had, no doubt, previously watched its master through the keyhole of the closet. Terrified at the sight of so dangerous a weapon in the possession of an animal so ferocious and so well able to use it, the man, for some moments, was at a loss what to do. He had been accustomed, however, to quiet the creature, even in its fiercest moods, by the use of a whip, and to this he now resorted. Upon sight of it, the orangutan sprang at once through the door of the chamber, down the stairs, and thence through a window, unfortunately open, into the street. The Frenchman followed in despair. The ape, razor still in hand, occasionally stopping to look back and gesticulate at its pursuer, until the latter had nearly come up with it. It then again made off. In this manner the chase continued for a long time. The streets were profoundly quiet, as it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. In passing down an alley in the rear of the Rue Morgue, the fugitive's attention was arrested by a light gleaming from the open window of Madame L'Espanaye's chamber in the 4th story of her house. Rushing to the building, it perceived the lightning rod, clambered up with inconceivable agility, grasped the shutter, which was thrown fully back against the wall, and by its means swung itself directly upon the headboard of the bed. The whole feat did not occupy a minute. The shutter was kicked open again by the orangutan as it entered the room. The sailor, in the meantime, was both rejoiced and perplexed. He had strong hopes of now recapturing the brute, as it could scarcely escape from the trap into which it had ventured, except by the rod, where it might be intercepted as it came down. On the other hand, there was much cause for anxiety as to what it might do in the house. This latter reflection urged the man still to follow the fugitive. A lightning rod is ascended without difficulty, especially by a sailor, but when he had arrived as high as the window, which lay far to his left, his career was stopped. The most that he could accomplish was to reach over so as to obtain a glimpse of the interior of the room. At this glimpse he nearly fell from his hold through excess of horror. Now it was that those hideous shrieks arose upon the night, which had startled from slumber the inmates of the Rue Morgue. Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter, habited in their night clothes, had apparently been arranging some papers in the iron chest, already mentioned, which had been wheeled into the middle of the room. It was open, and its contents lay beside it on the floor. The victims must have been sitting with their backs towards the window, and from the time elapsing between the ingress of the beast and the screams, it seemed probable that it was not immediately perceived. The flapping to of the shutter would naturally have been attributed to the wind. As the sailor looked in, the gigantic animal had seized Madame L'Espanaye by the hair, which was loose as she had been combing it, and was flourishing the razor about her face in imitation of the motions of a barber. The daughter lay prostrate and motionless. She had swooned. The screams and struggles of the old lady, during which the hair was torn from her head, had the effect of changing the probably pacific purposes of the orangutan into those of wrath. With one determined sweep of its muscular arm, it nearly severed her head from her body. The sight of blood inflamed its anger into frenzy. Gnashing its teeth and flashing fire from its eyes, it flew upon the body of the girl and embedded its fearful talons in her throat, retaining its grasp until she expired. Its wanderings and wild glances fell at this moment upon the head of the bed, over which the face of its master, rigid with horror, was just discernible. The fury of the beast, who no doubt bore still in mind the dreaded whip, was instantly converted into fear. Conscious of having deserved punishment, it seemed desirous of concealing its bloody deeds, and skipped about the chamber in an agony of nervous agitation, throwing down and breaking the furniture as it moved, and dragging the bed from their bedstead. In conclusion, it seized first the corpse of the daughter, and thrust it up the chimney as it was found, then that of the old lady, which it immediately hurled through the window headlong. As the ape approached the casement with its mutilated burden, the sailor shrank aghast to the rod, and rather gliding than clambering down it, hurried at once home, dreading the consequences of the butchery, and gladly abandoning, in his terror, all solicitude about the fate of the orangutan. The words heard by the party upon the staircase were the Frenchman's exclamations of horror and affright, commingled with the fiendish jabberings of the brute. I have scarcely anything to add. The orangutan must have escaped from the chamber, by the rod, just before the breaking of the door. It must have closed the window as it passed through it. It was subsequently caught by the owner himself, who obtained for it a very large sum at the Jardin des Plantes. Le Bon was instantly released upon our narration of the circumstances, with some comments from Dupin at the bureau of the prefect of police. This functionary, however well disposed to my friend, could not altogether conceal his chagrin at the turn which events had taken, and was fain to indulge in a sarcasm or two about the propriety of every person minding his own business. "Let them talk," said Dupin, who had not thought it necessary to reply. "Let him discourse. It will ease his conscience. I am satisfied with having defeated him in his own castle. Nevertheless, that he failed in the solution of this mystery is by no means that matter for wonder which he supposes it. For in truth, our friend the prefect is somewhat too cunning to be profound. In his wisdom is no stamen. It is all head and no body, like the pictures of the goddess Laverna, or at best, all head and shoulders, like a codfish. But he is a good creature after all. I like him, especially for one master stroke of cant, by which he has attained his reputation for ingenuity. I mean, the way he denies that which does exist, and explains that which does not."
Well done, James Nicholas. It's no easy feat reading that whole slog. But yeah, what a fantastic read that was. So, Murders in the Rue Morgue is a play that James is taking up to the Edinburgh Fringe, an adaptation. And yeah, it's really great. I think Murders in the Rue Morgue is one of the pieces that I feel like really quite works as an adaptation, or when adapted. And how James does it up in Edinburgh, it's just him and another guy. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them again. So, here we go. So this is, we're probably about halfway through our Doomsday event. It's going international. Now let's see. We've got, now a few people are, a few countries are live now. We've got America, they're going strong. And Brazil has just gone live about maybe half an hour ago, or during the Murders in the Rue Morgue. So check them out. And then we've got Italy still going at the bottom there. So please do check out the other live streams and show your support. Now, in a few minutes' time, I'm going to be performing The Pit and the Pendulum. I say performing, I'm going to be reading the full thing. Now, see, The Pit and the Pendulum is one of the stories that I perform in One Man Poe. And it's the one story that I've actually cut, whereas I perform all the other 4 pretty much unabridged. Whereas The Pit and the Pendulum, I have cut about maybe 10 minutes of it. So this will be the first time reading the full thing. So if any of you have actually seen One Man Poe before, it might be quite interesting, you watching this rendition. Let me just remind you of the crowdfunding links. So if any of you are able to donate to our crowdfunder to help us get One Man Poe up to the Fringe this year, please do. The crowdfunder's not just for One Man Poe, it's for a montage of Monet as well. 2 solo plays. I'll be doing 36 shows in 23 days with my wife, Stephanie Van Driesen, operating the shows. And yeah, we just need a bit of help really, because some funding fell through, and it's going to be a fantastic Edinburgh Fringe. It's just we need to kind of like cover a few extra costs that have popped up in the last few months. So it would be really handy. Any kind of anything that would spread the word about our show is wholly appreciated. If you know anyone going up to the Edinburgh Fringe, please do point them in our direction. One Man Poe is going to be on at Riddle's Court, just off the Royal Mile, from the 2nd to the 24th of August. So, this is the lineup coming up. So you got Julia Thurston coming back, doing Alone, Tyler Allen Woods, and Duncan Richards. So The Pit and the Pendulum is at 10:30, and then I'll be performing The Raven after we have Man in the Crowd. So, I think, just for now, I've been talking about One Man Poe, like, all the way through this live stream. But for those of you who have not seen it, I'll just whack on the original trailer from 2021, just so you can see what it's all about.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad? Madmen know nothing. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? How then am I mad? The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. Take thy beak from out my heart!
and take thy form from off my door!
One Man Poe. So that was the original October 2021 trailer. Since then, I've toured the play a few times around London. I've done lots of school performances. I got flown over to do the show in Dubai in 2023, early 2023. I also performed at the Poe Fest in Baltimore, the Poe Museum in Richmond, Virginia, and this October I've got a few other US kind of contacts and venues on the cards. So it's kind of snowballing over the years, which is really affirming, and yeah, I'm really appreciating how audiences are responding to it, and I can't wait for the Edinburgh Fringe. I think it's going to be a real fun show to do, alternating the stories throughout the run. That's going to be a real challenge. Just going quickly to before we get cracking with the Pit and the Pendulum, just going quickly to my crowdfunding page. One of the rewards is, well, a few of the rewards are these paintings that I painted. I did an art exhibition called The Monsters That Made Me. And these monsters, these are acrylic paintings that I painted. Back in 2022 is when I unveiled the exhibition. But they're all monsters that made me want to become an actor when I was a little kid. So all of these classic silent movie, black and white horror stars, they kind of really... Well, the first one on this little compilation was Lon Chaney playing the Phantom of the Opera, and he was known as the Man of a Thousand Faces. And that title alone, the Man of a Thousand Faces, must have pricked up my ears when I was a little kid. And ever since then, I guess acting and pretending and being a bit of a chameleon somewhat intrigued me. I never thought I could do acting until much later in life. I was a bit too shy. I had always done art and painting, but acting is what I do full-time now, and I do a bit of art on the side. But these paintings, what you're seeing now, you can get these, you can buy these as a reward for donating to the crowdfunder. Now, I've priced them all at £500 just because that's what I've sold them as previously. Dracula and Frankenstein have gone, and I sold them both for £500 each. So the rest I've kind of pitched at that price. Now, doesn't really, I mean, I'm willing to negotiate if any of them are taking your fancy. But that's just another incentive just to try and get a bit more funds together for the Edinburgh Fringe. However, it is time to do the Pit and the Pendulum now. So let me see. I am going to... Now, I haven't recorded anything. I'm going to do this here and now. I've got my book here, and like I said just a little earlier, when I perform the Pit and the Pendulum on stage, I've cut a good 20% of it, I'd say. So this is going to be the first time that I'm reading the full thing, and I'm not really too sure how long it's going to take, but there's only one way to find out. So yeah, let's just give it a go. Let's get a bit more atmospheric here, a bit more spooky. All right, all right. Okay. Oh, and by all means, find the original story on Poe Museum's website and read along with me. Okay. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. I was sick, sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first, they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent, as of the soul into Hades. Then silence, and stillness, and night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define, or even to describe, yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow, is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view, is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower, is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavours to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments where I have dreamed of success. There have been very brief periods where I have conjured up remembrances with which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence, down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the indeterminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun, in their descent, the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this, I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness. The madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence, without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then, very suddenly, thought, and shuddering terror, and earnest endeavour to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul, and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavour have enabled me to vaguely recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back, unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision.
I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the auto da fe, and one of these had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward, with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets, in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging to my recollection 1,000 vague rumours of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange, and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry,
so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, but was trivial, although in my disorder of my fancy it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem of my robe, and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing its circuit. So at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awaking and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the serge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more, when I arrived at the rag. There were in all, then, 100 paces, and, admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus could form no guess of the shape of the vault, for vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavouring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet, in a few seconds afterward, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapour, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more. and the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had the courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher with water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when once again I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild sulphurous lustre, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain indeed, for what could be of less importance under the terrible circumstance which environed me than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavours to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces up to the period where I fell. I must have then been within a pace or two of the fragment of the surge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon waking I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron, or some other metal, in huge plates, whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends in aspects of menace, with skeleton forms and other more really fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colours seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the centre yawned the circular pit, from whose jaws I had escaped. But it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm, to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side. I saw, to my horror, that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with an intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and, of course, slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and, looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents. The pit, whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself. The pit, typical of hell, and regarded by rumour as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and a milder destruction awaited me. Milder. I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing oscillations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages, down, and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odour of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. I then fell, suddenly calm, and lay there smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for, upon again lapsing into life, there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, all remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such, which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but I felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all of my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that its crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again. Still, the fraying of my robe would be all that for several minutes it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not go farther than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. To the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as one or the other idea grew predominant. Down. Certainly relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still, I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation, there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought. It now occurred to me that the bandage, or surcingle, which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by the means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, how deadly! Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find it my fate and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once with the nervous energy of despair to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into an habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and, at length, the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the sensation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well. But this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leapt upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it, and leapt in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me. In ever-accumulating heaps, they writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom, and chilled with a heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly, I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must be already severed. With a more than human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body. But the stroke of the pendulum had already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe. It had cut through the linen. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. Cautious, at a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free, and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free! I had but escaped death in one form of agony to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around on the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious, had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavoured, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from this attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colours seemed blurred and indefinite. These colours had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid lustre of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal! Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapour of heated iron. A suffocating odour pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. O most unrelenting, O most demoniac of men! I shrank from the glowing metal to the centre of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror! Oh, any horror but this! With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I first endeavoured to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square. I saw 2 of its iron angles were now acute, 2 consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant, the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge, but the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool! Might I not have known that it was into the pit that the object of the burning iron was to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now, flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its centre, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one long, loud, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting, into the abyss. It was that of General Lasalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Cool. Yeah. So that was the Pendulum in its full form. I have cut quite a lot from the performance on stage. It's interesting because at the start, in the uncut version, what I just read out, he says, he kind of, well, you know he survives at the beginning because there's that line saying, they were white, whiter than the sheets on which I trace these words. And it kind of, I cut that bit out of the live version that I do because it kind of gives the game away, you know? you know he survives. And it's one of the happier endings, I suppose. I'm quite, I mean, it's a hard beast just to read, but to perform live on stage, it really does take it out of me. It's I kind of do it where there's no set, no props, it's all in your imagination. I don't have a pit or a pendulum. So it's all very yeah, all very in your imagination. Now I'm going to bring on Alice Way, reading The Man of the Crowd. Let's go.
The Man of the Crowd by Edgar Allan Poe. It was well said of a certain German book that ehrlich sich nicht lesen. It does not permit itself to be read. There are some secrets which do not permit themselves to be told. Men die nightly in their beds, wringing the hands of ghostly confessors and looking them piteously in the eyes, die with despair of heart and convulsions of throat on account of the hideousness of mysteries which will not suffer themselves to be revealed. Now and then, alas, the conscience of man takes up a burden so heavy in horror that it can be thrown down only into the grave, and thus the essence of all crime is undivulged. Not long ago, about the closing in of an evening in an autumn, I sat at the large bow window of the D Coffee House in London. For some months I had been ill in health, but was now convalescent, and with returning strength found myself in one of those happy moods which are so precisely the converse of ennui, the moods of keenness and attendancy, and when the film from the mental vision departs, the intellect, electrified, surpasses as greatly its everyday condition as does the vivid yet candid reason of Leibniz, the mad and flimsy rhetoric of Gorgias. Merely to breathe was an enjoyment, and I derived positive pleasure even from many of the legitimate sources of pain. I felt a calm but inquisitive interest in everything. With a cigar in my mouth and a newspaper in my lap, I had been amusing myself for the greater part of the afternoon, now in poring over advertisements, now in observing the promiscuous company in the room, and now in peering through the smoky panes into the street. This latter is one of the principal thoroughfares of the city, and had been very much crowded during the whole day, but as the darkness came on, the throng momentarily increased, and by the time the lamps were well lighted, Two dense, continuous tides of population were rushing past the door. At this particular period of the evening, I had never been before in a similar situation, and the tumultuous sea of human heads filled me, therefore, with a delicious novelty of emotion. I gave up at length all care of things within the hotel, and became absorbed in contemplation of the scene without. At first, my observations took an abstract and generalizing turn. I looked at the passengers in masses and thought of them in aggregate relations. Soon, however, I descended to details and regarded with minute interest the innumerable varieties of figure, dress, air, gaunt visage, and expression of countenance. By far the greater number of those who went by had a satisfied, business-like demeanor, and seemed to be thinking only of making their way through the press. Their brows were knit, and their eyes rolled quickly when pushed against by fellow wayfarers. They evinced no symptoms of impatience, but adjusted their clothes and hurried on. Others, still in a numerous class, were restless in their movements, had flushed faces, and talked and gesticulated to themselves, as if feeling in solitude and on account of the very denseness of company around. When impeded in their progress, these people suddenly ceased muttering, but redoubled their gesticulations, and awaited, with an absence and overdone smile upon their lips, the course of the persons impeding them. If jostled, they bowed profusely to the jostlers, and appeared overwhelmed with confusion. There was nothing very distinctive about the two large classes beyond what I have noted. Their habiliments belonged to that order which is pointedly termed the decent. They were undoubtedly noblemen, merchants, attorneys, tradesmen, stock jobbers, the empiriads and commonplaces of society, the men of leisure and men actively engaged in affairs of their own, conducting business upon their own responsibility. They did not greatly excite my attention. The tribe of clerks was an obvious one, and I here discern two remarkable divisions. There were the junior clerks of flash houses, and young gentlemen with tight coats and bright boots, well-oiled hair, and supercilious smiles, setting aside a certain dapperness of carriage, which may be termed Deschian, for want of a better word. The manner of those persons seemed to me an exact facsimile of what had been the perfection of bon ton about 12 or 18 months before. They wore the cast-off graces of gentry, and this, I believe, involves the best definition of the class, the division of the upper clerks of staunch firms or of studdy old fellows it was not possible to mistake. These were known by their coats and pantaloons of black or brown, made to sit comfortably, with white cravats and waistcoats, broad, solid-looking shoes, and thick hose or gaiters. They all had slightly bald heads, from which the right ears, long used to pen-holding, had an odd habit of standing off on an end, and I observed that they always removed or settled their hats with both hands, and wore watches with short gold chains of substantial and ancient pattern. Theirs was the affection of responsibility, if indeed there was an affection so honorable. There were many individuals of dashing appearance, whom I easily understood as belonging to a race of swell pickpockets, with which all great cities are infested. I watched these gentry with much inquisitiveness, and found it difficult to imagine they should ever be mistaken for gentlemen by gentlemen themselves. Their voluminousness, the wristband with an air of excessive frankness, should betray them at once. The gamblers, of whom I decreed not a few, were still more easily recognizable. They wore every variety of dress, from that of the desperate thimble-ring bully with a velvet waistcoat, fancy neckerchief, gilt chains, and filigreed buttons, to that of the scrupulously inornate clergyman, than which nothing could be less than liable to suspicion. Still, all were distinguished by a certain sodden swarthiness of complexion, the filmy dimness of eye, a pallor and compression of lip. There were two other traits, moreover, which I could already detect them: a guarded loweredness of tone of conversation, and a more than ordinary extension of the thumb in the direction of right angles with the fingers. Very often in company with these sharpers, I observed an order of men somewhat different in habits, but still birds of a kindred feather. They may be defined as the gentlemen who live by their wits. They seem to pry on the public of two battalions, that of the dandies and that of the military men. Of the first grade, the leading figures are long locks and smiles. Of the second, frogged coats and frowns. Descending in the scale of what is termed gentility, I found darker and deeper themes for speculation. I saw Jew peddlers with hawk eyes flashing from countenances whose every other feature wore an expression of abject humility. Sturdy professional street beggars scowling upon mendicants of a better stamp, whose despair alone had driven forth into the night for charity. Feeble and ghastly invalids, upon whom death had placed a sure hand, and who sidled and tottered through the mob, looking everyone beseechingly in the face, as if in a search of some chance consolation, some lost hope. Modest young girls returning from long and late labors to a cheerless home, and shrieking more tearfully than indignantly from the glances of ruffians whose direct eye contact even could not be avoided. Women of the town, of all kinds and of all ages, the unequivocal beauty in the prime of her womanhood, putting one in mind of the stature of Lucian with the surface of Parian marble, and the interior filled with filth, the lonesome and utterly lost leper in rags, the wrinkled, bejeweled, and paint-begrimed beldam making the last effort at youth. The mere child of immature form, yet from long association and in depth and in dreadful quackeries of her trade, and burning with a rabid ambition to be ranked equal of her elders in vice. Drunkards innumerable and indescribable, some in shreds and patches, reeling and articulate, with bruised visages and lackluster eyes, some in whole although filthy garments, with a slightly unsteady swagger, thick sensual lips, and hardy-looking rubicund faces, others clothed in materials which had once been good, and which now even were scrupulously well brushed. Men who walked with more than naturally firm and springy step, but whose countenances were fearfully pale, whose eyes hideously wild and red, who clutched with quivering fingers as they strode through the crowd at every object which came within their reach. Beside these, piemen, porters, coal heavers, sweepers, organ grinders, monkey exhibitors, ballad mongers, and those who vented with those who sang, ragged artisans and exhausted laborers of every description, and a full and noisy and inornate viscosity which jarred discordantly upon the ear and gave an aching sensation. As the night deepened, so deepened to me the interest of the scene. For not only did the general character of the crowd materially alter, its gentler features retiring in gradual withdrawal of the more orderly portion of the people, and its harsher ones coming out into bolder relief. And as the late hour brought forth every species of infamy from its den. but the rays of the gas lamps, feeble at first in their struggle with the dying day, had now at length gained ascendancy and threw over everything a fitful garnish luster. All was dark, yet splendid, as that ebony with which had been likened the style of Churchillian. The wild effects of light enchained me to an examination of individual faces, and although the rapidity which the world of light fitted before the window prevented me from casting more than a glance at each visage, still it seemed that in this particular mental state I was in, I frequently read, even in that brief interval of a glance, the history of long years. With my brow to the glass, I was thus occupied in scrutinizing the mob, when suddenly there came into view a countenance, that of a decrepit old man, some 65 or 70 years of age, a countenance which at once arrested and absorbed my whole attention, on account of the absolute idiosyncrasy of its expression. Anything even remotely resembling that expression I had never seen before. I well remember that my first thought upon beholding it was that the recent that had viewed it would have greatly preferred it to its own pictorial incarnations of the fiend. As I endeavored during the brief minute of my original survey to form some analysis of the meaning conveyed, there arose confusingly and paradoxically within my mind the ideas of vast mental power, of caution, of penuriousness, of avarice, of cruelness, of malice, of bloodthirstiness, of triumph, of merriment, of excessive terror, of intense, of supreme despair. I felt singularly aroused, startled, fascinated. How wild a history, I said to myself, is written within that bosom. Then came a craving desire to keep. Hurriedly, putting on my overcoat, seizing my hat and cane, I made my way into the street and pushed through the crowd in the direction which I had seen him take, for he had already disappeared. With some little difficulty, I at length came within sight of him, approached and followed him closely, yet cautiously, as not to attract his attention. I had now a good opportunity of examining his person. He was short in stature, very thin, and apparently very feeble, his clothes generally very filthy and ragged. But he came now and then within the strong glare of a lamp. I perceived that his linen, although dirty, was of beautiful texture, and my vision deceived me, or though a rant in close buttoned and evidently second-handed ricotiere, which enveloped him, I caught a glimpse both of a diamond and of a dagger. These observations heightened my curiosity, and I resolved to follow this stranger wherever he should go. It was now full nightfall, and a thick humid fog hung over the city, soon ending in a settled and heavy rain. This change of weather had an odd effect upon the crowd, the whole of which was at once put into a new commotion and overshadowed by a world of umbrellas. The waver, the jostler, and the hum increased in a tenfold degree. For my own part, I did not much regard the rain, the lurking of an old fever in the system, rendering the moisture somewhat too dangerously pleasant. Tying a handkerchief around my mouth, I kept on. For some half an hour the old man held his way with difficulty among the great thoroughfare, and I here walked close to him, close to his elbow, though for fear of losing sight of him. Never once turning his head to look back, he did not observe me. By and by he passed into a cross street which, although densely filled with people, was not quite so thronged as the main one he had quitted. Here a change in his demeanor became evident. He walked more slowly, and with less object than before, more hesitantly. He crossed and recrossed the way repeatedly without apparent aim, and the press was still so thick that every such movement I was obliged to follow him closely. The street was narrow, and the long one, his course lay within it for nearly an hour, during which the passengers had gradually diminished to about that number which is ordinarily seen at noon in Broadway near the park. So vast a difference there is between a London populace and that of the most frequented American city. A second turn brought us into a square, brilliantly lighted and overflowing with life, and the old manner of the stranger reappeared. His chin fell upon his breast, while his eyes rolled wildly from under his knitted brow in every direction. Upon who hemmed him in, he urged his way steadiously, perseveringly. I was surprised, however, to find upon him, his having made the circuit of the square, that he had turned and retraced his steps. Still more, I was astonished to see him repeat the same walk several times, once nearly detecting me as he came round the corner with sudden movement. In this exercise he spent another hour, at the end of which we met with far less interruptions from passengers than the first. The rain fell fast, the air grew cool, and the people were retiring to their homes with a gesture of impatience. The wanderer passed into a by-street comparatively deserted. Down this, some quarter of a mile long, he rushed with an activity I could not have dreamed of seeing in one so aged, and which put me to much trouble in pursuit. A few minutes brought us into a large and busy bazaar, with the localities of which the stranger appeared well acquainted, and where his original demeanor again became apparent. He forced his way to and fro without aim, and among the host of buyers and sellers. During the hour and a half, or thereabouts, which we passed in this place, it required much caution to my part to keep him within reach, but without attracting his observation. Luckily, I wore a pair of courteous overshoes, and I could move or about in perfect silence. At no moment did he see that I watched him. He entered shop after shop, priced nothing, spoke no word, and looked at all the objects in a wild and vacant stare. I was now utterly amazed at his behavior, and firmly resolved that we should not part until I had satisfied myself in some measure in respecting him. A loud-toned clock struck 11, and the company were fast deserting the bazaar. A shopkeeper, in putting up the shutters, jostled the old man, and in an instant I saw a strong shudder come over him. He hurried into the street and looked anxiously around him for an instant, and then ran with incredible speed through many crooked and peopleless lanes until we emerged once more in the great thoroughfare of whence we had started, the street of the D Hotel. It was no longer wore, however, the same aspect. It still brilliantly lit with gas, but the rain fell fiercely, and it were few persons less to be seen. The stranger grew pale. He walked moodily some paces up the once populous avenue, and then with a heavy sigh turned in the direction of the river, and plunging through the great variety of devious ways, came out at length in view of one of the most principal theaters. It was about to be closed, and the audience was thronging from the doors. I saw the old man gasp as if for breath, while he threw himself amid the crowd. But I thought that the intense agony of his countenance had in some measure abated. His head fell again upon his breast. He appeared as I had seen him at first. I observed that he now took the course in which had gone the greater number of the audience, but upon the whole, I was at a loss to comprehend the waywardness of his actions. As he proceeded, the company grew more scattered, and his old uneasiness and vacillations were resumed. For some time he followed closely a party of 10 or 12 roysters, but from this number, one by one dropped off until 3 only remained together in a narrow and gloomy lane less frequented. The stranger paused, and for a moment, lost in thought, then, with every mark of agitation, pursued rapidly a route which brought us to the verge of the city, amid regions very different from those which we had hitherto traversed. It was the most noisome quarter of London, where everything wore the worst impress of the most deplorable poverty, and the more desperate of crime. By the dim light of the accidental lamp, tall, antique, worm-eaten tenements were seen tottering to their fall in directions so many and corporeous and scarce, and the semblance of the passage was discernible between them. The paving stones lay at random, displayed from their beds by the rankly growing grass. Horrible filth festered in the dammed-up gutters. The whole atmosphere teemed with desolation. Yet as we proceeded, the sounds of human life revered by some degrees, and at length large bands of the most abandoned of the London populace were seen reeling to and fro. The spirits of the old man again flickered up, as a lamp which is near to its death hour. Once more he strode upward with elastic tread. Suddenly a corner was turned, a blaze of light burst upon our sight, and we stood before one of the huge suburban temples of Intimidance and one of the places of the fiend, Gin. It was now nearly daybreak, but a number of wretched inebriates still pressed in and out of the flaunching entrance. With a shriek of joy, the old man forced a passage within, resumed at once to his original bearing, and stalked backward and forward without apparent object among the throng. He had not been thus long occupied, however, before a rush to the doors gave token that the host was closing them for the night. It was something even more intense than despair that I then observed upon the countenance of the singular being whom I had watched so pretentiously. Yet he did not hesitate in his career, but with a mad energy retraced his steps at once to the heart of the mighty London. Long and swiftly he fled, while I followed him in the wildest amazement, resolute not to abandon a scrutiny in which I had now felt an intense, all-absorbing. The sun arose while we proceeded, and when we had once again reached the most thronged mat of the populous town, the street of the D Hotel, in present an appearance of human bustle and activity scarcely inferior to what I had seen on the evening before, and here long amid the momentarily increasing confusion did I persist in my pursuit of the stranger. But as usual, he walked to and fro, and during the day did not pass from out of the turmoil of the street. And as the shades of the second evening came on, I grew wary upon death, and stopping fully in front of the wanderer, gazed at him steadfastly in the face. He noticed me not, but resumed his solemn walk, while I, ceasing to follow, remained absorbed in contemplation. "This old man," I said at length, "is the type and the genius of deep crime. He refuses to be alone. He is the man of the crowd. It will be in vain to follow, for I shall learn no more of him, nor of his deeds. The worst heart of the wound is a grosser book than the Hortensius Ami,
And perhaps it is but of the greatest mercies of God that ehrlich sie nicht lesen.
Awesome. Good stuff, Alice. Right, we're nearly there, guys. So, that was the man of the crowd, Alice Way, another Lipper grad. I trained at Lipper up in Liverpool. And so now we've got a couple more poems. I'm going to be performing The Raven soon. At midnight, the stroke of midnight. We've also got Alone, one of Edgar Allan Poe's early poems. He wrote it when he was only 20 years old. And then we've got the Cask of Amontillado, and then we're finishing up with the facts of the case of M. Valdemar. So, just checking the crowdfunder situation. So we haven't had any donations, but that's fine. The crowdfunding campaign is going all the way till the end of June. So hopefully by then we'll be able to kind of get this circulating a little bit. But yeah, it's been really fun collating these. I mean, because I've been editing I've edited all of the videos. And I've also put together all of these, you know, animations and stuff, just to kind of make it all look a bit professional. I mean, I know we're not streaming 24 hours straight here. We're probably going to cut it about 8 hours, I'd say. But it has been days worth of prep to create this, to edit everyone's videos, and yeah, I hope people are able to support this Edinburgh Fringe fundraiser. We have got other fundraising activities going on throughout the month. Not only are we performing One Man Poe a few times as preview shows before the Edinburgh Fringe, we're also going to do a play reading in the middle of June, which is still fine-tuning when exactly that's going to happen. But yeah, just keep an eye out on our socials. Freedom Theatre is our theatre company. But thank you everyone who's watched the stories so far. So yeah, I think tonight, it's been really fun to kind of collate so many Poe stories all together. And we've only got a few more. But before we move on, I was just gonna show a... where is it? Yeah, so here is some audience reactions to our One Man Poe show that were taken up to the Edinburgh Fringe, just so you can see what the show's about.
One Man Poe, absolutely fantastic. Completely tense throughout. Masterful performance from Stephen from all 4 short stories.
What a performance, fantastic. I mean, if you're a fan of horror, you've got to see this. If you're a fan of tour de force performances, this is the show to see. It's incredible. 4 stories for the price of 1. What more could you want?
Well, definitely a must-see for the Halloween season, I think.
Very creepy, very horrorful, and perfect.
It's so brilliant, scary, and it's engaging, and the sound is amazing, and the performer is fantastic, so I highly recommend.
I'm touching on some much lesser known stories that really deserve a lot more attention. It was absolutely brilliant. There's a really good way to bring myself back into the theatre world.
I really like The Telltale Heart, but I think his best performance was probably The Raven.
I'm a great lover of Poe, so I know all the stories, and even though I've heard them before, done in this particular way, made them as compelling as if I'd never heard them before.
This is testament to his journey, and I think he's absolutely smashed it. Well done, Stephen.
Unexpectedly brilliant. Had no idea what to expect. Have never been to a one-man show before. Thought it might have been a bit cringy, and it was the exact opposite.
Absolutely brilliant. I can actually say One Man Poe will leave you theatrically satiated. Audience totally engaged. Fantastic. Best one-man show.
He embodied all the different characters very well and very distinctly.
Absolutely loved it. Great use of the space, great physicality, facial expressions, tone, voice, language, everything. It was a great little Halloween show, so definitely recommend it to all the spooky people.
And it was quite fun as well. For a horror-based show, it was very fun.
Could not say better things about the actor.
Stephen's fantastic performing.
The acting is amazing, he really draws you in.
It was really engaging, it was really exciting.
I think possibly what I found the strongest part of the performance was the physicality of it. Like particularly in, I think, Pit and Pendulum, having to react very physically to things that weren't there at all. And the way he kept so rigid on when he was strapped down. You'd think it would hurt.
It gave life to words that I'd only really read before and really put them in new contexts and gave them new meaning. Really made me connect to words that to me before were just old words that meant nothing.
Absolutely excellent. He really understood the literature, he understood each story really, really well, and he embodied all 4 characters. The whole atmosphere of each piece was really, really good. Excellent attention to detail. Big fan, 10 out of 10.
Just the way that he was so professional and got all his lyrics out. His theatrical expressions, I loved that. I just really recommend anyone seeing this. So, yeah, I loved it. Thank you.
Absolutely, just come and see.
So I completely recommend it.
You heard them. You heard them. Awesome show. Come and see it in Edinburgh. Tell people to see it. Please, 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 please. It's a bit of a one-man band situation where I'm producing it, doing my own marketing. I've directed myself. My wife is operating all the shows up in Edinburgh, but I really do rely on people spreading the word. Word of mouth goes a long way. So if you have seen the show, please do push people in our direction. It really helps. Now, The Raven. Right, here we go. So when I do this in One Man Poe, when I perform The Raven, I perform it as an old man with a kind of Ian McKellen impression. But today I think I'm just gonna do it in my normal voice. Because I don't want to really give the game away in terms of what you'll see in the actual show. But also, yeah, why not change it up a little bit? So, without further ado, this is The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly I heard a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I open wide the door. Darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the stern and grave decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Much I marvelled, this ungainly fowl, to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast, upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, Doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking, what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl, whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining, that the lamplight gloated o'er. But whose velvet violet lining that the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press? Oh, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from some unseen censer swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempters tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me, truly I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore? Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempests, and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. Thank you very much. The Raven, the poem that made Poe famous, at least for a little bit. Yeah, see, when I do that, usually I'm proper channeling my Ian McKellen impression, like, it's like, take that form from off my door! I'm proper going for it, old man McGee style. It's really weird doing it as a kind of like younger person there. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice! So, what is the time? Okay, so, yeah, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to bring back Julia Thurston, who's going to read Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. So, yeah. Here we go. So, just quickly, this is the lineup we've had today. We've got 3 more stories, 1 poem, and then 2 more stories. The final story should finish maybe about 1:15, something like that. And then I'll do a bit of a roundup of the live stream. Any final notes? But thank you very much. And thank everyone who's read something today as well. It's really cool to get a big team together. Right. Alone.
I'm Julia Thurston, and this is the poem Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. From childhood's hour, I have not been as others were. I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then, in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill the mystery which binds me still, from the torrent or the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm and the cloud that took the form when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view.
Well done, Julia. Awesome job. Great. So, just a little roundup of Doomsday. Fundraising for the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. We're taking 2 shows up to Edinburgh. 36 shows in 23 days. We need some funding to help me and my lovely wife Stephanie, who read The Telltale Heart right at the beginning of the evening. We we need some funding to... Some funding fell through. An opportunity that didn't happen in the end. But you know, you adapt to these situations and you do fundraisers to try and get some support. So yeah, please do give generously. But honestly, times are hard for everyone right now. Cost of living crisis and everything. Like, I get it. If you can't, if you're not in a position to help us out financially, then just you know, like and share this stream. Spread the word of Freedom Theatre. You know, come and see our some other shows. We've got so many shows on this summer. I'm not only doing those 2 up at Edinburgh Fringe, but I'm doing some more. I'm doing a Steve Jobs one-man musical. I'm doing a Wind in the Willows show. We've got other shows that we're kind of working on. So just support the theatre company by spreading the word. It really is so valuable. Invaluable, even. Great. I'm now going to bring on Tyler Allen Woods. Now, Tyler's a fantastic actor, and he's a bit like James Swanton earlier. Just tape this in one singular awesome take. This is the Cask of Amontillado. I always say it wrong. Amontillado. I think that's how you say it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tyler Allen Woods, and I'll be reading The Cask of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could. But when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who know so well the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length, I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled, but by the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his emulation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato. Although in other regards he was a man to be respected, and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting a gemmary, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you're looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "Ow!" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! In the middle of Carnival?" "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado! I have my doubts. Amontillado! And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! As you are engaged, I'm on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from Sherry. And yet, some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement." "Lucchese, I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish Sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, putting on a mask of black silk, and drawing a roquelaire closely upon my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all. As soon as my back was turned, I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long, winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe!" said he. "It is further on," said I. "But observe the white web work which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with two filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. Neither, he asked at length. Neither, I replied. How long have you had that cough? My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. It is nothing, he said at last. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese. Enough, he said. The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough. True, I replied. And indeed, I have no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Madoc will defend us from the damps. Here, I knocked off the neck of a bottle, which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. Drink, I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. I drink, he said, to the buried that repose around us, and I to your long life. He again took my arm, and we proceeded. These vaults, he said, are extensive. The Montresors, I replied, were a great and numerous family. I forget your arms. A huge human foot, Dior. In a field, Assur. The foot crushes a serpent, rampant, whose fangs are embedded into the heel. And D'Amato? Nemo me impune lacesse. Good, he said. The wine sparkled, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through the walls of piled bones with casks and pungents, intermingling in the utmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by the arm above the elbow. The nitre, I said. See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough... It is nothing, he said. Let us go on. But first, another draught of Madoc. I broke and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. You do not comprehend, he said. Not I replied. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Yes. Yes, I said. Yes. Yes. You? Impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign. It is this, I answered, proceeding a trowel from beneath the folds of my reliquaire. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt, there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no special use, but formed merely the interval between the 2 of the colossal supporters of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchese, is an exterminatus, interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had flattered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet, horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was about the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said, over the walls. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No? Then I will positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power. The Amontillado! Ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied. The Amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I had before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low, moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obscene silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I reassured the trowel tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment, I hesitated. I trembled, and sheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of it instantly reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this. And the clamor grew still. It was now midnight. My task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last, and the 11th, there remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in the destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my neck. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We will have merry a rich laugh about it at the Palazzo. Over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be waiting for us at the Palazzo? The Lady Fortunato and the rest. Let us be gone." "Yes," I said. "Let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montresor." "Yes," I said. "For the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick. On the account of the dampness of the catacombs, I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requisite.
One more to go. I don't know how the guys, the international guys, are doing this for 24 hours straight. Check them out. Some links here to the The crazy Americans doing 24 hours straight. QR code right there. Got a theatre company in Brazil as well. And then also a company in Italy. Going strong. 24 hours of non-stop Poe. I admire the dedication. Now, we have got one more story. The facts of the case of M. Valdemar. Now, many people have asked me if I was to do one more story as part of One Man Poe, what story would I do, you know, as a fifth one? And I would say this is a good contender because it's a good well, it's all spoken in the first person for one thing, so it makes a cracking monologue. But well, without saying too much, the ending is well, it's an ending. It's certainly an ending, but it's kind of hard to because my thing is using the original texts. You know, I'm a bit of a Poe purist, so if I was to perform the facts of the case of M. Valdemar on stage with the original texts, yeah, it could work. It's just quite a sudden ending. But anyway, spoilers. Well, no, doesn't spoil anything, me saying that. Good. Well, let me just quickly just show you upcoming One Man Poe performances, including Edinburgh Fringe. This is our Edinburgh Fringe poster. And we are taking it to various other theatres in the UK. And in October, I am coming over to the US. Hopefully performing at Poe Fest, Poe Museum, potentially even New York as well. Still kind of in conversation. Check out the crowdfunder and keep an eye out for other fundraising opportunities. This isn't the only fundraiser, and just as well, because I don't think anyone's donated yet, but that's fine. It's a Saturday. Hardly anyone's watching this. Everyone's out socializing, having fun, and I'm stuck here streaming Poe for, well, this is going into my 7th hour. So yeah, anyone who does watch this, please do share it around, and yeah, spread the Poe love. What can I say? All right, so gosh, see, when I live stream shows, I mean, you know, not to kind of toot my own trumpet or whatever, but Freedom Theatre, what we do, as well as Edgar Allan Poe stuff, is like we create freaking like award-winning digital theatre. You know, we've won loads of awards for our online productions, but this is the first time I've ever done something so like improv and like unscripted, and oh, I don't know, it's kind of not sitting well with me just waffling on and saying just random stuff and ums and ahs and absolute waffle. But anyway, let me throw it back to the professionals here and bring on Duncan Richards. Duncan Richards is one of my best friends from Lipper, co-founder of Freedom Theatre, actually. So Duncan and I and another one of our friends, Matt, started Freedom Theatre in 2015. So it's not only a pleasure to see him do some acting and everything, but to get Poe's words into his wonderful, his wonderful mouth. Oh gosh. But speaking of his wonderful mouth, you do actually see, so he came up with some cool ideas on how to make this recording a little bit different, a little bit somewhat more edited and stuff. You'll see what I mean. But I've got to thank Duncan for kind of going the extra mile for this this reading, and this is kind of partly why I've put it last. I think it's going to be a really good one to finish on. So number 12, here we go. The facts of the case of M. Valdemar. Take it away, Duncan.
Of course, I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of M. Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances. Through the desire of all parties concerned to keep the affair from the public, at least for the present, or until we had farther opportunities for investigation through our endeavours to effect this, a garbled or exaggerated account made its way into society and became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations and, very naturally, of a great deal of disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. They are, succinctly, these. My attention, for the last 3 years, had been repeatedly drawn to the subject of mesmerism, and, about 9 months ago, it occurred to me quite suddenly that in the series of experiments made hitherto, there had been a very remarkable and most unaccountable omission. No person had as yet been mesmerised in articulo mortis. It remained to be seen, first, whether, in such condition, there existed in the patient any susceptibility to the magnetic influence. Secondly, whether, if any existed, it was impaired or increased by the condition. Thirdly, to what extent, or for how long a period, encroachments of death might be arrested by the process. There were other points to be ascertained, but these were most excited my curiosity. The last in especial, from the immensely important character of its consequences. In looking around me for some subject by whose means I might test these particulars, I was brought to think of my friend, M. Ernest Valdemar, the well-known compiler of the Bibliotheca Forensica, and author, under the nom de plume of Issachar Marx, of the Polish versions of Wallenstein and Gargantua. M. Valdemar, who has resided principally at Haarlem, NY, since the year 1839, is, or was, particularly noticeable for the extreme spareness of his person, his lower limbs much resembling those of John Randolph, and also for the whiteness of his whiskers, in violent contrast to the blackness of his hair, the latter in consequence being very generally mistaken for a wig. His temperament was markedly nervous, and rendered him a good subject for mesmeric experiment. On 2 or 3 occasions, I had put him to sleep with little difficulty, but was disappointed in other results which his peculiar constitution had naturally led me to anticipate. His will was at no period positively or thoroughly under my control, and in regard to clairvoyance, I could accomplish with him nothing to be relied upon. I always attributed my failure at these points to the disordered state of his health. For some months previous to my becoming acquainted with him, his physicians had declared him a confirmed phthisis. It was his custom, indeed, to speak calmly of his approaching dissolution, as a matter neither to be avoided nor regretted. When the ideas to which I have alluded first occurred to me, It was of course very natural that I should think of M. Valdemar. I knew the steady philosophy of the man too well to apprehend any scruples from him, and he had no relatives in America who would be likely to interfere. I spoke to him frankly upon the subject, and to my surprise, his interest seemed vividly excited. I say to my surprise, for although he had always yielded his person freely to my experiments, he had never before given me any tokens of sympathy with what I did. His disease was of that character which would admit of exact calculation in respect to the epoch of its termination in death, and it was finally arranged between us that he would send for me about 24 hours before the period announced by his physicians as that of his decease. It is now rather more than 7 months since I received from N. Valdemar himself the subjoined note. My dear you may as well come now. Are agreed that I cannot hold out beyond tomorrow midnight, and I think they have hit the time very nearly. Valdemar. I received this note within half an hour after it was written, and in 15 minutes more I was in the dying man's chamber. I had not seen him for 10 days, and was appalled by the fearful alteration which the brief interval had wrought in him. His face wore a leaden hue, the eyes were utterly lustreless, and the emaciation was so extreme that the skin had been broken through by the cheekbones. His expectoration was excessive. The pulse was barely perceptible. He retained, nevertheless, in a very remarkable manner, both his mental power and a certain degree of physical strength. He spoke with distinctness, took some palliative medicines without aid, and when I entered the room was occupied in penciling memoranda in a pocketbook. He was propped up in the bed by pillows. Doctors and were in attendance. After pressing Valdemar's hand, I took these gentlemen aside and obtained from them a minute account of the patient's condition. The left lung had been for 18 months in a semi-osseous or cartilaginous state, and was of course entirely useless for all purposes of vitality. The right, in its upper portion, was also partially, if not thoroughly, ossified, while the lower region was merely a mass of purulent tubercles, running one into another. Several extensive perforations existed, and at one point permanent adhesion to the ribs had taken place. These appearances in the right lobe were of comparatively recent date. The ossification had proceeded with very unusual rapidity. No sign of it had been discovered a month before, and the adhesion had only been observed during the 3 previous days. Independently of the phthisis, the patient was suspected of aneurysm of the aorta, but on this point the osseous symptoms rendered an exact diagnosis impossible. It was the opinion of both physicians that M. Valdemar would die about midnight on the morrow, Sunday. It was then 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. On quitting the invalid's bedside to hold conversation with myself, Doctors D and had bidden him a final farewell. It had not been their intention to return, but at my request they agreed to look in upon the patient about 10 the next night. When they had gone, I spoke freely with M. Valdemar on the subject of his approaching dissolution, as well as, more particularly, of the experiment proposed. He still professed himself quite willing and even anxious to have it made, and urged me to commence it at once. A male and a female nurse were in attendance, but I did not feel myself altogether at liberty to engage in a task of this character with no more reliable witnesses than these people, in case of sudden accident, might prove. I therefore postponed operations until about 8 the next night, when the arrival of a medical student with whom I had some acquaintance, Mr. Theodore, relieved me from farther embarrassment. It had then been my design, originally, to wait for the physicians, but I was induced to proceed, first by the urgent entreaties of M. Valdemar, and secondly by my conviction that I had not a moment to lose, as he was evidently sinking fast. Mr. was so kind as to accede to my desire that he would take notes of all that occurred, and it is from his memoranda that what I now have to relate is, for the most part, either condensed or copied verbatim. It wanted about 5 minutes of 8 when, taking the patient's hand, I begged him to state as distinctly as he could to Mr. Linnell whether he, M. Valdemar, was entirely willing that I should make the experiment of mesmerising him in this then condition. He replied feebly, yet quite audibly,
Yes, I wish to be mesmerised.
Adding immediately afterwards,
I fear you have deferred it too long.
While he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. He was evidently influenced with the first lateral stroke of my hand across his forehead, but although I exerted all my powers, no farther perceptible effect was induced until some minutes after 10 o'clock, when Doctors and called, according to appointment. I explained to them, in a few words, what I designed, and as they opposed no objection, saying that the patient was already in the death agony, I proceeded without hesitation, exchanging, however, the lateral passes for downward ones, and directing my gaze entirely into the right eye of the sufferer. By this time, his pulse was imperceptible, and his breathing was stertorous, and at intervals of half a minute. This condition was nearly unaltered for a quarter of an hour. At the expiration of this period, however, a natural, although very deep sigh escaped the bosom of the dying man, and the stertorous breathing ceased. That is to say, its stertorousness was no longer apparent. The intervals were undiminished. The patient's extremities were of an icy coldness. At 5 minutes before 11, I perceived unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was exchanged for that expression of uneasy inward examination which is never seen except in cases of sleep-waking, and which it is quite impossible to mistake. With a few rapid lateral passes I made the lids quiver, as in incipient sleep, and with a few more I closed them altogether. I was not satisfied, however, with this, but continued the manipulations vigorously and with the fullest exertion of the will until I had completely stiffened the limbs of the slumberer, after placing them in a seemingly easy position. The legs were at full length, the arms were nearly so, and reposed upon the bed at a moderate distance from the loins. The head was very slightly elevated. When I had accomplished this, it was fully midnight, and I requested the gentlemen present to examine M. Valdemar's condition. After a very few experiments, they admitted him to be in an unusually perfect state of mesmeric trance. The curiosity of both the physicians was greatly excited. Dr. T resolved at once to remain with the patient all night, while Dr. took leave with a promise to return at daybreak. Mr. and the nurses remained. We left M. Valdemar entirely undisturbed until about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I approached him and found him in precisely the same condition as when Dr. went away. That is to say, he lay in the same position. The pulse was imperceptible, the breathing was gentle, scarcely noticeable, unless through the application of a mirror to the lips. The eyes were closed naturally, and the limbs were as rigid and as cold as marble. Still, the general appearance was certainly not that of death. As I approached M. Valdemar, I made a kind of half-effort to influence his right arm into pursuit of my own, as I passed the latter gently to and fro above his person. In such experiments with this patient, I had never perfectly succeeded before, and assuredly I had little thought of succeeding now. But to my astonishment, his arm, very readily, although feebly, followed every direction I assigned it with mine. I determined to hazard a few words of conversation. M. Valdemar, I said, are you asleep? He made me no answer, but I perceived a tremor about the lips, and was thus induced to repeat the question again and again. At its third repetition, his whole frame was agitated by a very slight shivering. The eyelids unclosed themselves so far as to display a white line of the ball. The lips moved sluggishly, and from between them in a barely audible whisper, issued the words.
Yes. Asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so.
I here felt the limbs and found them as rigid as ever. The right arm, as before, obeyed the direction of my hand. I questioned the sleep-waker again. Do you still feel pain in the breast, Valdemar? The answer now was immediate, but even less audible than before.
No pain. I am dying.
I did not think it was advisable to disturb him farther just then, and nothing more was said or done until the arrival of Dr. who came a little before sunrise and expressed unbounded astonishment at finding the patient still alive. After feeling the pulse and applying a mirror to the lips, he requested me to speak with the sleepwaker again. I did so, saying, Valdemar, do you still sleep? As before, some minutes elapsed ere a reply was made, and during the interval the dying man seemed to be collecting his energies to speak. At my fourth repetition of the question, he said, very faintly, almost inaudibly,
Yes, still asleep, dying.
It was now the opinion, or rather the wish of the physicians, that Valdemar should be suffered to remain undisturbed in his present, apparently tranquil condition, until death should supervene. And this, it was generally agreed, must now take place within a few minutes. I concluded, however, to speak to him once more, and merely repeated my previous question. While I spoke, there came a marked change over the countenance of the sleepwaker. The eyes rolled themselves slowly open, the pupils disappearing upwardly. The skin generally assumed a cadaverous hue, resembling not so much parchment as white paper, and the circular hectic spots which hitherto had been strongly defined in the centre of each cheek went out at once. I use this expression because the suddenness of their departure put me in mind of nothing so much as the extinguishment of a candle by a puff of the breath. The upper lip, at the same time, writhed itself away from the teeth, which it had previously covered completely, while the lower jaw fell with an audible jerk, leaving the mouth widely extended and disclosing in full view the swollen and blackened tongue. I presumed that no member of the party then present had been unaccustomed to deathbed horrors, but so hideous beyond conception was the appearance of Valdemar at this moment that there was a general shrinking back from the region of the bed. I now feel that I have reached a point of this narrative at which every reader will be startled into positive disbelief. It is my business, however, simply to proceed. There was no longer the faintest sign of vitality in Valdemar, and concluding him to be dead, we were consigning him to the charge of the nurses when a strong vibratory motion was observable in the tongue. This continued for perhaps a minute. At the expiration of this period, there issued from the distended and motionless jaws a voice, such as it would be madness in me to attempt describing. There are indeed 2 or 3 epithets which might be considered as applicable to it in part, I might say. For example, that the sound was harsh, and broken, and hollow, but the hideous whole is indescribable. For the simple reason that no similar sounds have ever jarred upon the ear of humanity. There were 2 particulars, nevertheless, which I thought then, and still think, might fairly be stated as characteristic of the intonation, as well adapted to convey some idea of its unearthly peculiarity. In the first place, the voice seemed to reach our ears, or at least mine, from a vast distance, or from some deep cavern within the earth. In the second place, it impressed me, I fear indeed it will be impossible to make myself comprehend, as gelatinous or glutinous matters impress the sense of touch. I have spoken both of sound and of voice. I mean to say that the sound was one of distinct, of even wonderfully, thrillingly distinct sibilification. And Valdemar spoke, obviously in reply to the question I had propounded to him a few minutes before. I had asked him, it will be remembered, if he still slept. He now said,
Yes. No. I have been sleeping. And now. I am dead.
No person present even affected to deny or attempt to repress the unutterable shuddering horror which these few words thus uttered were so well calculated to convey. Mr. swooned. The nurses immediately left the chamber and could not be induced to return. My own impressions I would not pretend to render intelligible for the reader. For nearly an hour we busied ourselves silently, without the utterance of a word, in endeavours to revive Mr. When he came to himself, we addressed ourselves again to an investigation of Valdemar's condition. It remained in all aspects as I have last described it, with the exception that the mirror no longer afforded evidence of respiration. An attempt to draw blood from the arm failed. I should mention, too, that this limb was no farther subject to my will. I endeavoured in vain to make it follow the direction of my hand. The only real indication, indeed, of the mesmeric influence was now found in the vibratory movement of the tongue, whenever I addressed M. Valdemar a question. He seemed to be making an effort to reply, but had no longer sufficient volition. To inquiries put to him by any other person than myself, he seemed utterly insensible, although I endeavoured to place each member of the company in mesmeric rapport with him. I believe that I have now related all that is necessary to an understanding of the sleepwalker's state at this epoch. Other nurses were procured, and at 10 o'clock I left the house in company with the two physicians and Mr. In the afternoon we called again to see the patient. His condition remained precisely the same. We had now some discussion as to the propriety and feasibility of awakening him, but we had little difficulty in agreeing that no good purpose would be served by so doing. It was evident that, so far, death, or what is usually termed death, had been arrested by the mesmeric process. It seemed clear to us all that to awaken M. Valdemar would be merely to ensure his instant, or at least his speedy, dissolution. From this period until the close of last week, an interval of nearly 7 months, we continued to make daily calls at M. Valdemar's house, accompanied now and then by medical and other friends. All this time the sleep-waker remained exactly as I have last described him. The nurses' attentions were continual. It was on Friday last that we finally resolved to make the experiment of awakening, or attempting to awaken him. And it is the, perhaps, unfortunate result of this latter experiment which has given rise to so much discussion in private circles, to so much of what I cannot help thinking unwarranted popular feeling. For the purpose of relieving M. Valdemar from the mesmeric trance, I made use of the customary passes. These for a time were unsuccessful. The first indication of revival was afforded by a partial descent of the iris. It was observed, as especially remarkable, that this lowering of the pupil was accompanied by the profuse outflowing of a yellowish ichor from beneath the lids, of a pungent and highly offensive odour. It was now suggested that I should attempt to influence the patient's arm, as heretofore. I made the attempt and failed. Dr. then intimated a desire to have me put a question. I did so as follows. Valdemar, can you explain to us what are your feelings or wishes now? There was an instant return of the hectic circles on the cheeks. The tongue quivered, or rather rolled violently in the mouth, although the jaws and lips remained rigid as before, and at length the same hideous voice which I had already described broke forth.
Oh, God, sleep. Quick, quick, put me to sleep. Oh, quick, waken me. Quick, I say to you that I am dead.
I was thoroughly unnerved and for an instant remained undeciding what to do. At first I made an endeavour to recompose the patient, but failing in this through total abeyance of the will, I retraced my steps and as earnestly struggled to awaken him. In this attempt I soon saw that I should be successful, or at least I soon fancied that my successes would be complete, and I am sure that all in the room were prepared to see the patient awaken. For what really occurred, however, it is quite impossible that any human being could have been prepared. As I rapidly made the mesmeric passes amid ejaculations of absolutely bursting from the tongue and not from the lips of the sufferer, his whole frame at once, within the space of a single minute or even less, shrunk, crumbled, absolutely rotted away beneath my hands. Upon the bed before that whole company, there lay a nearly liquid mass of loathsome, of detestable putrescence.
Ew. Disgusting. I kind of know how Valdemar feels, I think, after 7.5 hours of live streaming. It's nothing. No, I mean, I've had breaks during this, but still, I've had it's been a task and a half to kind of put all this together, with all the little graphics and everything like that. Oh, speaking of which, might as well put on this final little round of video here. So this has been our Doomsday, Freedom Theatre. Didn't go the full 24 hours. However, what we have done is we've given one story to each actor, and we've included some music as well. All the music you heard tonight, bookending the stories, has been composed by Joseph Fury, who is the sound designer for One Man Poe and pretty much all of our shows that we've done in recent years. So thank you very much, Joseph, for your talents. Thank you everyone who's taken part today. Here's the lineup of them all. Of course, you can go back in the stream and find the story you want. If you didn't watch it live, this will probably be online for the next few weeks. I will take it offline eventually because, you know, the stories included in this live stream do feature in the One Man Poe show, so I don't want this to be readily available for free. However, you know, even the Pit and the Pendulum performance today didn't include any of the music, any of the sound effects, I hardly acted it, really. I was kind of more reading it, and yeah, I'm really proud of putting the Pit and the Pendulum up on stage, because it's a very physical performance and a lot to do with the imagination, and it's a right challenge for not only the audience but for me as well, to kind of paint the picture of that scenario. So what you saw today was it was great to kind of get it all out and unabridged, not cut. But yeah, there's definitely a lot that can be cut. It's like the whole bit where he's lying on the floor unconscious and he's like, ooh, I think I felt my heart beat. Maybe not. Ooh, and then I had a thought. And then terror. Maybe a movement. At the end of the day, I'll just be lying on the floor during the whole of that. So that's why I've cut a lot of these bits don't translate well to stage. And the Raven, yeah, my way of linking the Telltale Heart and the Raven in One Man Poe is that the old man that gets murdered in the Telltale Heart is in fact the narrator of the Raven. So when you see the Raven at the end of the show, it's kind of like a prequel to the Telltale Heart. That's kind of how I link them both. So what I will do is get ready for bed. But I will leave a little looping video on for the next half hour or something, and then I'll come back and then stop the live stream. But I think this is where I say goodnight. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for tuning in live if you did. If not, and you're seeing this after the fact, thank you for taking any time out of your day just to check this crazy Doomsday out. And thank you very much for all the actors that have taken part. Yeah, super grateful. So yeah, this is a video which will loop. But I've recycled a Q&A that I found from 2021. So this Q&A, it's only 5 minutes long. And then it will go into One Man Poe trailers and such. But this Q&A was back just before we did One Man Poe at the Watford Palace Theatre for the Watford Fringe Festival, October 2021. And so yeah, I wasn't sure how well it would go. And it's definitely developed over the years, One Man Poe. I mean, the first time I did the Telltale Heart in a straitjacket. You know, so I couldn't move. I was just very kind of stuck in that position for the whole 20-minute long story. So I've opened that up now, and I can use my arms and walk around. Yeah, amongst other ways it's evolved. Anyway, I'm waffling now. Right, see ya. Hi, my name's Stephen Smith. I'm the director and performer of One Man Poe. So One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe pieces, which I'll be performing back to back in one sitting with an interval, and it's a marathon of the macabre. So I've always had a fascination with horror as a genre, horror books, classical literature, and when I was a kid, my fascination with acting and actors came about from watching these old horror movies, because back in the day, I'm talking like black and white horror movies, they usually would use the same horror actors to play all these different monsters. And I remember looking at people like Lon Chaney and Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, and thinking, wow, that's the same person as that dude. It blew my mind that someone could look so different. And I even had my own makeup kit when I was a little kid, and Halloween was the best time of year for me, even better than Christmas in a way, because I used to decorate the house and all creepy kind of stuff and dress up and be multiple monsters, and it was great. So this Edgar Allan Poe marathon is basically a bit of an ode to why I liked and still like acting, bringing about a variety of characters and being a bit of a chameleon. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe is he's renowned as one of the pioneers of the horror genre as we know it, especially with his attention to the human psychology around the darkness within us, and how people can be forced to be evil and do evil things. Good people could do evil things. And yeah, he's a master of the macabre, and his words are so juicy and archaic at the same time. So these 4 stories in particular, they give you the best of Poe. Well, his darker stuff anyway. Poe wrote loads of stuff in all sorts of genres. But these, with the lead up to Halloween and with Halloween itself, these are going to be a great taste of what Edgar Allan Poe was and is. And anyone who knows these stories, seeing them memorized by an actor on stage and really embodying these as separate characters and doing the characters justice, I think it's going to be really exciting for any Poe fan out there, as well as people who don't know Poe. It will give you all you need to understand really what Edgar Allan Poe was all about. Yeah, directing myself is it's a challenge. I find it very freeing in one way, but also very uncomfortable, because I don't know if my gut instinct is always right. So with these 4 pieces, I am working remotely with some dramaturgs, some friends of mine. They're helping me on Zoom. Directing myself, I can do only so much, but luckily I've got 4 fantastic dramaturgs to help me with each of these. I'm treating this like I would do a Shakespeare piece. The challenge with Shakespeare, of course, is because you're dealing with language that isn't necessarily used nowadays, you as the actor have to communicate these ideas, these thoughts, these feelings to an audience that doesn't necessarily understand every part of the dialogue, but without changing the dialogue as well. I'm using the original text as it was published nearly 200 years ago. So it's a little less archaic than Shakespeare and classical texts and Greek mythology is. So it's a bit more modern than that, but still there are some words where you're like, what? Obviously, he wrote them to be read as a story, as a poem, not necessarily to be performed as an actor, as a memorized monologue. So there's the staging element to all of these, and the sound effects, lighting, music, everything that makes a theatre show awesome. That's how we've adapted them, but in terms of the script itself, it's pretty much exactly how Poe intended when he wrote them back in the 1840s.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad, Madmen know nothing. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? How then am I mad? The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door!
One Man Poe, absolutely fantastic. Completely tense throughout. Masterful performance from Stephen from all 4 short stories.
What a performance, fantastic. I mean, if you're a fan of horror, you've got to see this. If you're a fan of tour de force performances, this is the show to see. It's incredible. 4 stories for the price of 1. What more could you want?
Well, definitely a must-see for the Halloween season, I think.
Very creepy, very horrorful, and perfect family.
It's so brilliant, scary, and it's engaging, and the sound is amazing, and the performer is fantastic, so I highly recommend.
I'm touching on some much lesser known stories that really deserve a lot more attention. It was absolutely brilliant. There's a really good way to greet myself back into the theatre world.
I really like the Telltale Heart, but I think his best performance was probably The Raven.
I'm a great lover of Poe, so I know all the stories, and even though I've heard them before, done in this particular way, made them as compelling as if I'd never heard them before.
This is testament to his journey, and I think he's absolutely smashed it. Well done, Stephen.
Unexpectedly brilliant. Had no idea what to expect. Have never been to a one-man show before. Thought it might have been a bit cringy, and it was the exact opposite.
Absolutely brilliant. I can actually say One Man Poe will leave you theatrically satiated. Audience totally engaged. Fantastic. Best one-man show.
He embodied all the different characters very well and very distinctly.
Absolutely loved it. Great use of the space, great physicality, facial expressions, tone, voice, language, everything. It was a great little Halloween show, so definitely recommend it to all the spooky people.
And it was quite fun as well. For a horror-based show, it was very fun.
Could not say better things about the actor.
Stephen's fantastic performing.
The acting is amazing. He really draws you in.
It was really engaging. It was really exciting.
I think possibly what I found the strongest part of the performance was the physicality of it. Particularly in, I think, Pit and Pendulum, having to react very physically to things that weren't there at all. And the way he kept so rigid on when he was strapped down. You'd think it would hurt.
It gave life to words that I'd only really read before, and really put them in new contexts and gave them new meaning. Really made me connect to words that to me before were just old words that meant nothing.
Absolutely excellent. He really understood the literature, he understood each story really, really well, and he embodied all 4 characters. The whole atmosphere of each piece was really, really good. Excellent attention to detail. Big fan, 10 out of 10.
Just the way that he was so professional and got all his lyrics out. His theatrical expressions, I loved that. I just really recommend anyone seeing this. So, yeah, I loved it. Thank you.
Absolutely, just come and see.
So I completely recommend it.
Hi, my name's Stephen Smith. I'm the director and performer of One Man Poe. So One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe pieces, which I'll be performing back to back in one sitting with an interval, and it's a marathon of the macabre. So I've always had a fascination with horror as a genre, horror books, classical literature, and when I was a kid, my fascination with acting and actors came about from watching these old horror movies, because back in the day, I'm talking like black and white horror movies, they usually would use the same horror actors to play all these different monsters. And I remember looking at people like Lon Chaney and Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, and thinking, wow, that's the same person as that dude. It blew my mind that someone could look so different, and I even had my own makeup kit when I was a little kid, and Halloween was the best time of year for me, even better than Christmas in a way, because I used to decorate the house and all creepy kind of stuff and dress up and be multiple monsters, and it was great. So this Edgar Allan Poe marathon is basically a bit of an ode to why I liked and still like acting, bringing about a variety of characters and being a bit of a chameleon. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe is he's renowned as one of the pioneers of the horror genre as we know it, especially with his attention to the human psychology around the darkness within us, and how people can be forced to be evil and do evil things. Good people could do evil things. And yeah, he's a master of the macabre, and his words are so juicy and archaic at the same time. So these 4 stories in particular, they give you the best of Poe. Well, his darker stuff anyway. Poe wrote loads of stuff in all sorts of genres. But these, with the lead up to Halloween and with Halloween itself, these are going to be a great taste of what Edgar Allan Poe was and is. And anyone who knows these stories, seeing them memorized by an actor on stage and really embodying these as separate characters and doing the characters justice, I think is going to be really exciting for any Poe fan out there, as well as people who don't know Poe. It will give you all you need to understand really what Edgar Allan Poe was all about. Yeah, directing myself is it's a challenge. I find it very freeing in one way, but also very uncomfortable, because I don't know if my gut instinct is always right. So with these 4 pieces, I am working remotely with some dramaturgs, some friends of mine. They're helping me on Zoom. Directing myself, I can do only so much, but luckily I've got 4 fantastic dramaturgs to help me with each of these. I'm treating this like I would do a Shakespeare piece. The challenge with Shakespeare, of course, is because you're dealing with language that isn't necessarily used nowadays, you as the actor have to communicate these ideas, these thoughts, these feelings to an audience that doesn't necessarily understand every part of the dialogue, but without changing the dialogue as well. I'm using the original text as it was published nearly 200 years ago. So it's a little less archaic than Shakespeare and classical texts and Greek mythology is. So it's a bit more modern than that, but still there are some words where you're like, what?
Obviously, he wrote them to be read as a story, as a poem, not necessarily to be performed as an actor, as a memorized monologue. So there's the staging element to all of these, and the sound effects, lighting, music, everything that makes a theatre show awesome. That's how we've adapted them, but in terms of the script itself, it's pretty much exactly how Poe intended when he wrote them back in the 1840s.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad, Madmen know nothing. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? How then am I mad? The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door!
One Man Poe, absolutely fantastic. Completely tense throughout. Masterful performance from Stephen from all 4 short stories.
What a performance, fantastic. I mean, if you're a fan of horror, you've got to see this. If you're a fan of tour de force performances, this is the show to see. It's incredible. 4 stories for the price of 1. What more could you want?
Well, definitely a must-see for the Halloween season, I think.
Very creepy, very horrorful, and perfect for Halloween.
It's so brilliant, scary, and it's engaging, and the sound is amazing, and the performer is fantastic, so I highly recommend.
And touching on some much lesser known stories that really deserve a lot more attention, it was absolutely brilliant. There's a really good way to bring myself back into the theatre world.
I really like the Telltale Heart, but I think his best performance was probably The Raven.
I'm a great lover of Poe, so I know all the stories, and even though I've heard them before, done in this particular way, made them as compelling as if I'd never heard them before.
This is testament to his journey, and I think he's absolutely smashed it. Well done, Stephen.
Unexpectedly brilliant. Had no idea what to expect. Have never been to a one-man show before. Thought it might have been a bit cringy, and it was the exact opposite.
Absolutely brilliant. I can actually say One Man Poe will leave you theatrically satiated. Audience totally engaged. Fantastic. Best one-man show.
He embodied all the different characters very well and very distinctly.
Absolutely loved it. Great use of the space, great physicality, facial expressions, tone, voice, language, everything. It was a great little Halloween show, so definitely recommend it to all the spooky people.
And it was quite fun as well. For a horror-based show, it was very fun.
Could not say better things about the actor.
Stephen's fantastic performing.
The acting is amazing. He really draws you in.
It was really engaging. It was really exciting.
I think Possibly what I found the strongest part of the performance was the physicality of it. Like particularly in, I think, Pit and Pendulum, having to react very physically to things that weren't there at all. And the way he like kept so rigid on when he was strapped down. You'd think it would hurt.
It gave life to words that I'd only really read before and really put them in new contexts and gave them new meaning. Really made me connect to words that to me before were just old words that meant nothing.
Absolutely excellent. He really understood the literature, he understood each story really, really well, and he embodied all 4 characters. The whole atmosphere of each piece was really, really good. Excellent attention to detail. Big fan, 10 out of 10.
Just the way that he was so professional and got all his lyrics out. His theatrical expressions, I loved that. I just really recommend anyone seeing this. So yeah, I loved it. Thank you.
Absolutely, just come and see.
So I completely recommend it.
Hi, my name's Stephen Smith. I'm the director and performer of One Man Poe. So One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe pieces, which I'll be performing back to back in one sitting with an interval, and it's a marathon of the macabre. So I've always had a fascination with horror as a genre, horror books, classical literature, and when I was a kid, my fascination with acting and actors came about from watching these old horror movies, because back in the day, I'm talking like black and white horror movies, they usually would use the same horror actors to play all these different monsters. And I remember looking at people like Lon Chaney and Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, and thinking, wow, that's the same person as that dude. It blew my mind that someone could look so different, and I even had my own makeup kit when I was a little kid, and Halloween was the best time of year for me, even better than Christmas in a way, because I used to decorate the house and all creepy kind of stuff and dress up and be multiple monsters, and it was great. So this Edgar Allan Poe marathon is basically a bit of an ode to why I liked and still like acting, bringing about a variety of characters and being a bit of a chameleon. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe is he's renowned as one of the pioneers of the horror genre as we know it, especially with his attention to the human psychology around the darkness within us, and how people can be forced to be evil and do evil things. Good people could do evil things. And yeah, he's a master of the macabre, and his words are so juicy and archaic at the same time. So these 4 stories in particular, they give you the best of Poe. Well, his darker stuff anyway. Poe wrote loads of stuff in all sorts of genres. But these, with the lead up to Halloween and with Halloween itself, these are going to be a great taste of what Edgar Allan Poe was and is. And anyone who knows these stories, seeing them memorized by an actor on stage and really embodying these as separate characters and doing the characters justice, I think is going to be really exciting for any Poe fan out there, as well as people who don't know Poe. It will give you all you need to understand really what Edgar Allan Poe was all about. Yeah, directing myself is it's a challenge. I find it very freeing in one way, but also very uncomfortable, because I don't know if my gut instinct is always right. So with these 4 pieces, I am working remotely with some dramaturgs, some friends of mine. They're helping me on Zoom. Directing myself, I can do only so much, but luckily I've got 4 fantastic dramaturgs to help me with each of these. I'm treating this like I would do a Shakespeare piece. The challenge with Shakespeare, of course, is because you're dealing with language that isn't necessarily used nowadays, you as the actor have to communicate these ideas, these thoughts, these feelings to an audience that doesn't necessarily understand every part of the dialogue, but without changing the dialogue as well. I'm using the original text as it was published nearly 200 years ago. So it's a little less archaic than Shakespeare and classical texts and Greek mythology is. So it's a bit more modern than that, but still there are some words where you're like, what? Obviously, he wrote them to be read as a story, as a poem, not necessarily to be performed as an actor, as a memorized monologue. So there's the staging element to all of these, and the sound effects, lighting, music, everything that makes a theatre show awesome. That's how we've adapted them, but in terms of the script itself, it's pretty much exactly how Poe intended when he wrote them back in the 1840s.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad, Madmen know nothing. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? How then am I mad? The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door!
One Man Poe, absolutely fantastic. Completely tense throughout. Masterful performance from Stephen from all 4 short stories.
What a performance, fantastic. I mean, if you're a fan of horror, you've got to see this. If you're a fan of tour de force performances, this is the show to see. It's incredible. 4 stories for the price of 1. What more could you want?
Well, definitely a must-see for the Halloween season, I think.
Very creepy, very horrorful, and perfect for Halloween.
It's so brilliant, scary, and it's engaging, and the sound is amazing, and the performer is fantastic, so I highly recommend.
And touching on some much lesser known stories that really deserve a lot more attention, it was absolutely brilliant. There's a really good way to grip myself back into the theatre world.
I really like the Telltale Heart, but I think his best performance was probably The Raven.
I'm a great lover of Poe, so I know all the stories, and even though I've heard them before, done in this particular way, made them as compelling as if I'd never heard them before.
This is testament to his journey, and I think he's absolutely smashed it. Well done, Stephen.
utterly brilliant. Had no idea what to expect. Have never been to a one-man show before. Thought it might have been a bit cringy, and it was the exact opposite.
Absolutely brilliant. I can actually say One Man Poe will leave you theatrically satiated. Audience totally engaged. Fantastic. Best one-man show.
He embodied all the different characters very well and very distinctly.
Absolutely loved it. Great use of the space, great physicality, facial expressions, tone, voice, language, everything. It was a great little Halloween show, so definitely recommend it to all the spooky people.
And it was quite fun as well. For a horror-based show, it was very fun.
Could not say better things about the actor.
Stephen's fantastic performing.
The acting is amazing. He really draws you in.
It was really engaging. It was really exciting.
I think possibly what I found the strongest part of the performance was the physicality of it. Particularly in, I think, Pit and Pendulum, having to react very physically to things that weren't there at all. And the way he kept so rigid on when he was strapped down. You'd think it would hurt.
It gave life to words that I'd only really read before and really put them in new contexts and gave them new meaning. Really made me connect to words that to me before were just old words that meant nothing.
Absolutely excellent. He really understood the literature, he understood each story really, really well, and he embodied all 4 characters. The whole atmosphere of each piece was really, really good. Excellent attention to detail. Big fan, 10 out of 10.
Just the way that he was so professional and got all his lyrics out. His theatrical expressions, I love that. I just really recommend anyone seeing this. So, yeah, I loved it. Thank you.
Absolutely, just come and see.
So I completely recommend it.
Hi, my name's Stephen Smith. I'm the director and performer of One Man Poe. So One Man Poe is a quadruple bill of Edgar Allan Poe pieces, which I'll be performing back to back in one sitting with an interval, and it's a marathon of the macabre. So I've always had a fascination with horror as a genre, horror books, classical literature, and when I was a kid, my fascination with acting and actors came about from watching these old horror movies, because back in the day, I'm talking like black and white horror movies, they usually would use the same horror actors to play all these different monsters. And I remember looking at people like Lon Chaney and Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, and thinking, wow, that's the same person as that dude. It blew my mind that someone could look so different. And I even had my own makeup kit when I was a little kid, and Halloween was the best time of year for me, even better than Christmas in a way, because I used to decorate the house and all creepy kind of stuff and dress up and be multiple monsters, and it was great. So this Edgar Allan Poe marathon is basically a bit of an ode to why I liked and still like acting, bringing about a variety of characters and being a bit of a chameleon. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe is he's renowned as one of the pioneers of the horror genre as we know it, especially with his attention to the human psychology around the darkness within us, and how people can be forced to be evil and do evil things. Good people could do evil things. And yeah, he's a master of the macabre, and his words are so juicy and archaic at the same time. So these 4 stories in particular, they give you the best of Poe. Well, his darker stuff anyway. Poe wrote loads of stuff in all sorts of genres. But these, with the lead up to Halloween and with Halloween itself, these are going to be a great taste of what Edgar Allan Poe was and is. And anyone who knows these stories, seeing them memorized by an actor on stage and really embodying these as separate characters and doing the characters justice, I think is going to be really exciting for any Poe fan out there, as well as people who don't know Poe. It will give you all you need to understand really what Edgar Allan Poe was all about. Yeah, directing myself it's a challenge. I find it very freeing in one way, but also very uncomfortable because I don't know if my gut instinct is always right. So with these 4 pieces, I am working remotely with some dramaturgs, some friends of mine. They're helping me on Zoom. Directing myself, I can do only so much, but luckily I've got 4 fantastic dramaturgs to help me with each of these. I'm treating this like I would do a Shakespeare piece. The challenge with Shakespeare, of course, is because you're dealing with language that isn't necessarily used nowadays, you as the actor have to communicate these ideas, these thoughts, these feelings to an audience that doesn't necessarily understand every part of the dialogue, but without changing the dialogue as well. I'm using the original text as it was published nearly 200 years ago. So it's a little less archaic than Shakespeare and classical texts and Greek mythology is. So it's a bit more modern than that, but still there are some words where you're like, what? Obviously, he wrote them to be read as a story, as a poem, not necessarily to be performed as an actor, as a memorized monologue. So there's the staging element to all of these, and the sound effects, lighting, music, everything that makes a theatre show awesome. That's how we've adapted them, but in terms of the script itself, it's pretty much exactly how Poe intended when he wrote them back in the 1840s.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad, Madmen know nothing. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? Who has not, 100 times, found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? How then am I mad? The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door!
One Man Poe, absolutely fantastic. Completely tense throughout. Masterful performance from Stephen from all 4 short stories.
What a performance, fantastic. I mean, if you're a fan of horror, you've got to see this. If you're a fan of tour de force performances, this is the show to see. It's incredible. 4 stories for the price of 1. What more could you want?
Well, definitely a must-see for the Halloween season, I think.
Very creepy, very horrorful, and perfect for Halloween.
It's so brilliant, scary, and it's engaging, and the sound is amazing, and the performer is fantastic, so I highly recommend.
And touching on some much lesser known stories that really deserve a lot more attention, it was absolutely brilliant. There's a really good way to grip yourself back into the theatre world.
I really like the Telltale Heart, but I think his best performance was probably The Raven.
I'm a great lover of Poe, so I know all the stories, and even though I've heard them before, done in this particular way, made them as compelling as if I'd never heard them before.
This is testament to his journey, and I think he's absolutely smashed it. Well done, Stephen.
Unexpectedly brilliant, had no idea what to expect, have never been to a one-man show before, thought it might have been a bit cringy, and it was the exact opposite.
Absolutely brilliant. I can actually say One Man Poe will leave you theatrically satiated. Audience totally engaged. Fantastic.